motion in limine before we begin. Based on a conversation I've had with defense counsel, he intends to try to introduce the transcripts of Mr. Gentz's interrogation, and additionally, I believe he wants the defendant to read from those transcripts while he's testifying. That is inappropriate. That is, the scope of this hearing is how his attorneys, Mr. Bashara's attorneys, were ineffective at trial. What's in those transcripts? Mr. Gentz didn't testify. So why does he get to put the transcripts in at this post-conviction hearing and put them in the record when the fact of the matter is Mr. Gentz didn't testify? So what he's trying to do now is inappropriate at this hearing.
Mr. Ambrose.
Your Honor, one of the things that we're presenting is my client, first of all, never saw the video of Gentz's interview. And from pretty much day one, he was hindered by the prosecution and wouldn't allow a laptop within the jail so that he could actually view these Gentz's interviews. At the very beginning of the case, Joseph Gentz was named as a witness. And I have transcripts that was provided to me of the interviews, which were never provided to Mr. Bashara.
What's the significance? Excuse me, madam. What's the significance that they were or they were not?
Because it could have, it certainly would have helped Robert Bashara inform his attorneys of the inaccuracies within Gentz's
but it
story.
Wasn't presented at trial. So how was he prejudiced by something that was not presented at trial?
The timeline is an issue in the case.
Okay, and you indicated you had transcripts of that interview, so therefore the lawyer, or the lawyer, when I say you, I mean the lawyer, was aware of the timeline. So where is lacking? The fact that he visually saw it is cumulative at best. The fact that he was given a transcript of these proceedings shows the timeline, if you're saying that was an accident.
No, what I'm saying is he wasn't even provided with the transcripts. So he couldn't even read it at the jail to inform his attorneys and help in the assistance of his defense.
Mr. Ambrose, how long have you been a lawyer?
20-some years.
Being a lawyer, and I know you agree with me, all the defendant due process requires the defendant be apprised of what he's charged with. There's no constitutional right to discover. And if a client doesn't get it, there's no violation. We did better than that in this case. We gave this man 2 lawyers, a staff, as well as accommodated him the best we could. No, we didn't give a laptop, but the court believed that was going a little bit far, and I was concerned about the constraints of being able to pick up different information without having that laptop. But getting back to this is that your client, the fact that the court even did what it did, I'm not going to allow it. Let's go forward. It's noted for the record. You ready? Okay, first of all, we had an opportunity to have a sidebar. There was a witness you wanted to present that had a health element. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
I had indicated to you I'd be willing to put a bench warrant on her if she was in fact served, but it's your opinion that you don't want to do that. Is that correct?
I do not. I had correspondence with her last night, and I'm not sure if she has a doctor's meeting later on this morning, so I don't know what her status is right now.
Okay, very good. So are you willing to waive this witness?
At this point...
What other point is it?
Well, I'll have to find out at 11 o'clock if she's available.
Okay, very good. No problem. I'll accommodate you.
I appreciate that.
Sir?
Your Honor, I did have an objection to that particular witness because I don't think that witness is even relevant for this proceeding. From looking at her affidavit, it seems as though her testimony is either going to be that people that are involved in BDSM are just like any other people in the community, which I don't think is anything that's relevant to this particular hearing. And the second thing that she may present is that Mr. McCarthy and Ms. Diallo were ineffective for not calling someone who has experience in the BDSM community, which it's this court's determination as to whether there was ineffective assistance of counsel or not in not calling somebody. And nonetheless, there were several people, as stressed by the defense, there were several people in the BDSM community that did testify in this particular hearing. So I just don't see the relevance of her particular testimony for this particular hearing.
This person is not just an ordinary person. She's an attorney, and she represents people within the lifestyle. It was something that the jury...
Wait a minute, hold on for a minute. She's an attorney, and she's in a lifestyle. And what is that?
I didn't say that she was in the lifestyle, but she represents people within the lifestyle.
Oh, okay. Well, she just happens to represent people in a lifestyle, and she's an attorney. And what is that going to do?
Because the jury was not adequately informed.
Are you kidding? I know you did not read that transcript. The court leaned over backwards. There were many masters who testified in this particular matter. The court gave extensive leeway so that the jury could understand the lifestyle. And so you're saying that because this one witness who just happens to be a lawyer was not presented, and somehow Mr. Bashir is at a disadvantage?
This is not just any person that is engaged, or she's an attorney. She represents people in the lifestyle. And that would have been...
That makes her more believable or less?
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, if the general public doesn't know about the lifestyle, she could have been qualified as an expert in this area, since she does know.
To say what?
To say that this is not as sinister of a lifestyle as people may think.
The lifestyle was not on trial. The killing of Jane Bashara was.
I wish
and I want you to separate the two, okay? We're not condemning him for the lifestyle. That's not an issue, okay? The killing of Jane Bashara is why we're here.
If the killing of Jane Bashara was the sole issue in this case, Robert Bashara wouldn't have been charged.
Oh, he wouldn't have been?
Well, the evidence wasn't there for it.
Okay, well, I think 12 jurors disagree with you.
Because we got into the lifestyle.
Okay, very good. Look, I'm going to lay off of that for right now. You don't even know this woman is available, okay? We'll deal with that later. So we'll just put that in advance about the calling of her, and the court will make a determination at a later time. You ready, Mr. Bashara?
Yeah, I have 2 minutes with my attorney right here.
You want to sit over here?
I'll go in the hall.
Okay, let's go over here, okay?
Just 2 minutes is all I
Take
need.
your time. We're not in a rush until we're sure. Take your time, Mr. Bashir.
I believe you're sequestered. I believe you're sequestered. Okay.
We'll take a break at 11 o'clock or around 11:30, Mr. Ambrose, so that you can ascertain the status of that potential witness.
I appreciate it.
Okay, very good. Let me just re-swear you, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give in this matter the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. You may proceed, Mr. Ambrose.
State your name. State your name.
Robert Michael Bashara Sr.
You're the defendant in this case, correct?
Yes, I am.
Is this the first time of you ever testifying in court?
Yes, it is.
All right. Speaking of that, was it your belief that you wanted to testify in the first trial? Is that correct?
Most definitely. I
What-
asked my attorneys several times to put me on the stand, and their response was, if you don't want to stand, you'll be convicted.
Okay. What kind of discussion did you have with them regarding that? Did you have?
Multiple discussions that I thought that the facts in this case were absolutely wrong, that I knew, a lot about individuals and certain people that were saying things that weren't true.
Okay. Let me stop you right there, okay? Because I want to get this out at the very beginning. Did you have any type of involvement in the murder of Jane Bashara?
I did not. I did not hire, or I did not conspire, and I was not in that garage with Mr. Gentz at all.
Okay. Now, the judge has ruled regarding some of the transcripts of Mr. Gentz, correct?
That's unfortunate, but yes.
All right. Now, had you ever seen those prior to the trial?
Prior to
The trial.
No, I have not.
Okay, but since then, I provided those to you, correct?
You have within the last 3 weeks.
Okay, and what do you think of those? If you had those transcripts prior to trial, do you think those would have been helpful for your defense?
Most definitely.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, because there are so many things that he says that are absolutely false. And he talks about timelines and about things happening and time, amount of time that he spent where. First of all, he says he came to my house at 7 o'clock. In 2 of his 3 statements, in his investigative subpoena, he says...
I'm going to object.
Witness, that's inappropriate.
I'm going to object to everything and ask for it to be stricken off the
Now,
record.
strike it.
Thank you.
Okay, you can't allow the testimony in the back door. Okay? I would. So as far as the timelines are concerned, I want you to lead him in this area, okay?
Okay. What you read, according to...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to anything he read. He's here to testify.
Let him ask the
Okay.
question.
Okay.
After reviewing the transcripts of the first 2 interviews with Mr. Gentz, he has a timeline of about 7 o'clock that he arrived at 7 o'clock in the evening of January 24th, 2012, that he arrived at your residence. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because essentially all he's doing is putting the transcript in through him, saying I read it and this is what it said.
I'm going to give it a little leeway in this area. Go ahead.
That's what has been said by him in those transcripts, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, just
Okay.
stop. Ask another question.
Okay, Judge.
No, ask another question.
Okay.
Let me be the judge. Go
Okay.
ahead.
There's another transcript a day before Mr. Gentz pleads guilty. Are you aware of that transcript?
I am.
And at that point, does the timeline change?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to
Counsel, it's
objection.
inappropriate. It's not relevant. It wasn't presented.
Right.
So let me ask this question.
Can we have it stricken off the
And
record?
the court is going to strike it off the record. Mr. Gentz, prior to trial, indicated he would not be a witness in this matter. As an appellate lawyer, you know you cannot put a person on the stand who was served their Fifth Amendment right not to testify. So what we're getting into is inadmissible. Let's move on, okay?
One of my...
I rule.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Gentz's statements were still part of the trial.
I ruled. Move on.
Fair enough. Mr. Bashara, your relationship... when were you?
I'm sorry.
When were you married to Jane Bashara?
I was married April 26, 1985.
Okay. How long had you dated her prior to?
So what are we
No,
doing?
the witnesses have been sequestered. I've already indicated to.
I'm not Joe Bruce.
Oh, okay.
Now look,
Okay, sorry.
don't be putting people out my courtroom
Okay,
that want
Judge.
to be in here, okay?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Just identify people in my courtroom.
Sorry, Judge.
Okay, very good.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Let's
Yeah.
do it again. They were dating. We're not going too
Okay,
far back.
I won't. And you were married to her when?
I married her in 1985, April 26.
Okay. During your relationship with her, you had 2 children, correct?
We did.
All right. And during your marriage with her, she was in a couple of car accidents. Is that correct?
She had a very serious car accident where she rear-ended a bus due to black ice. She lost 4 to 5 of her teeth by hitting the steering wheel, and that, her teeth were her pride and joy because she spent so much time in the dentist chair prior to that, and now she had months and months, really years of recovery due to that.
Okay. And what year do you recall that as happening?
I think Jessie was around 5 or 6, so I'm going to say 94, 95. Well, Jessie
Was
was,
she an accident
yeah, she was in an accident. She
in
rear-ended.
94, 95?
I'm quite sure that's about it. Maybe 96.
Okay.
And you cared for her during her recovery.
Absolutely. I cared for her every day of her life.
Okay.
Absolutely, I cared for her.
And at some point during your marriage, both you and her had some medical issues. Is that correct?
Yeah, with me, it was pretty consistent. My weight was a problem. I was heavier than I should have been. As a result, I developed diabetes, high blood pressure. Jane had, later in life, when she turned around 45, started showing signs of menopause, where she had night sweats and hot flashes. And so, from both of our standpoints, the physical relationship diminished greatly. When she had this accident, passionate kissing certainly was out because her mouth was sore and her teeth were very vulnerable. She couldn't eat solid food like she did in the past, like biting into an apple or chewing something that was solid. But as we got older, the physical relationship dwindled. She did have a cyst on her vagina that I helped her over the months and years put compresses on, drain, and put cream on. And I know she went to her OB, which is one of the reasons why I asked my defense to go and get the health records and talk to the OB, so there was that on the record.
Okay.
I thought it
Now,
was important.
Important for what?
Important to show that I just didn't go out and have an affair, Your Honor, that my involvement in the lifestyle was...
Okay, so to show that you didn't have an affair because she had these health issues with her vagina.
She did. She had, first of all, her...
So that you just wanted to show that's why you went outside your marital home?
No, that's not the reason. That's not the
Well,
sole
what do you
reason.
want? What was the sole reason that you wanted that to come in?
There was no sole
Well,
reason.
what did you want it to come in for?
What did I want? What? I'm sorry?
Her medical records to come in to evidence for.
Because I think it's important to show that the physical part of our relationship was over. Patty Matthews talked about...
Okay, very good. Okay, go ahead.
okay.
Okay?
So, and did you and Jane Bashara have discussions about that?
On a regular basis, absolutely. But let me say that even though the physical, the love-making end of it was over, every night we cuddled, we kissed. There was not one person who sat in this chair that testified that there was any marital discourse. Not my family, not her family, no one said there was any marital discourse, which was the prosecution's one of their main theories in this case.
And when you spoke to Jane Bashara about your issues, her issues, what did she tell you?
Well, it wasn't a matter that she told me. We both understood where we were at. We had both had our health issues. We were getting older. She was 3 years, 2.5, 3 years older than I. And so we were progressing into our late 40s, early 50s. And the love and the caring never stopped. Absolutely never stopped.
But what about your sexual desires or instincts or what have you?
Well, I'm a hot-blooded 40-plus-year-old male.
Well, I thought you said you were sick.
No,
You couldn't do all this stuff.
I had diabetes and high blood pressure.
But you still was hot-blooded.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And I did have erectile dysfunction, but it doesn't mean, and I don't know how familiar you are with
I'm
that.
not.
Well, I am. And you still are able to have urges. You still are able to have orgasms. If you want to be real, we're here to get out the facts.
Let it all go.
We're here to get the facts out. And so that's still something. And Jane and I, every night, we cuddled, we were together, we kissed. There was no love lost at all. In the morning, when I got up, a lot of times I would get up, make her a hot tea as she got ready. We got the kids off to school. And then my mother-in-law, when they were younger, would come over and assist us in the raising and the care of our home. And
Ask a question. Okay, Mr. Ambrose.
All right. Did she know that you were in? Well, you had sexual desires, correct?
yes, sir.
All right. And what was her? Did you guys talk about that?
We did.
Okay. And what was her response?
Well, she knew that I viewed pornography on occasion on the internet. It wasn't like I was a regular viewer. And let me say that I didn't just seek the lifestyle out.
Okay, but let me ask.
Yes.
We'll kind of get into that. I want to concentrate on your relationship with Jane, and then.
Of course.
And did she ever tell you at one point, give you some sort of permission to go outside of the marriage?
Absolutely. It wasn't just one point. It was on several times. She said, look, you do what you need to do to take care of yourself. I understand that we are handicapped with with what I'm prepared to do to satisfy you from a sexual standpoint only.
Okay.
Okay?
And I think in your affidavit that you submitted to the court, she made a comment about embarrassment and...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
She said her comment was, you do what you need to do to take care of yourself. Just don't embarrass me or the family. And not at one time has anyone ever
Stop. No.
been embarrassed.
You can only testify as to what you said. It's up to the court to determine whether or not anyone testified or said X, Y, Z from the stand. So that's inappropriate. Go ahead.
Okay?
All right. So she says to you, don't embarrass me, don't embarrass the family.
Right.
Okay. So let's talk about
About what?
let's talk about a little bit how you got into the lifestyle. Tell the court how you did.
Well, I like to gamble. A number of times my
You like to gamble, and I mean we don't have to get into like.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You like to gamble. You went on gambling.
And I went on the internet, and a lot of times when you're on the internet, whether it's I went on a site called betus.com.
Okay, and through betus.com, what did you view on that site?
There are pop-ups when you're on the internet, whether you're on a site or not, and that site specifically, there are pop-ups that come on to do with adult websites. And one of them was alt.com, another was Collar Me. And I clicked on them just to see what they were about, and I thought it was rather intriguing.
Can you give us a time frame of when that happened?
Probably 2004, 2003.
Okay. And so you're intrigued at this point, correct?
I am. It intrigued me because I am a very outgoing, dominant person. Jane was also a type A, very outgoing person. But it intrigued me because, for two reasons. One, because I never was familiar with the lifestyle. And two, because the more I got into it, I would read and understand of women who were submissive, who were seeking a dominant or a master who was compassionate, skilled, and what they were
Skilled in what area?
in the lifestyle, whether it be flogging, bondage, whatever play that they were interested in, they wanted someone who was trained. Now, the people that you indicated that we had people up here that talked about different things, those guys absolutely didn't know.
Objection, Your Honor. He can't testify to what anybody else knew.
Sustained. You can't say that.
I'm sorry, I apologize, but I
Don't call nobody no amateur in here, okay? That's what you were kind of alluding to, right?
Well, they were amateurs.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
And this wasn't just in one day or 2 days. It was over a period of months,
Right.
a year, that I started learning and I started understanding what these women were going through. They were being abused and treated poorly in the name of the lifestyle when all these men wanted were rough sex. And so I felt like that there was something that I could do to learn, and I got into the lifestyle by talking to people. I hadn't met anyone for 2 years at that point, and I got into it, and I started learning, and I went to different events around town. There are things called munches, which happen typically on a Sunday or a Monday, where you go and people gather together and talk about a number of different issues in the lifestyle.
Okay. And at some point you meet a lady by the name of Miss Porter,
Yes.
Anita Porter.
I do.
Okay, and when was that?
2006.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long did that relationship?
We were together for about a year and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, I was able to not only interact with her from that standpoint, but she had issues with her children. She had issues with finances. She was married, and her husband was also in the lifestyle. He had his own submissive, and she was free to do what she wanted to do. And she taught me a lot because she was in it for years. But I helped her not only in the lifestyle, but I helped get her a job. I got her into the Allen Park Rotary Club, which I think she's still a member of to this day, although I don't know that to be sure.
Okay.
And so,
And how did that relationship, why did it end?
well, it ended because it was just, she was too needful. She wanted me to raise her kids for her, and I wasn't prepared to do that. That wasn't something that I wanted to do. I wanted to interact, and let me say at the same time, I also was talking to a number of other women, counseling them both online, over the phone, and I had met a couple just to meet for lunch and to talk, counseling them about their issues and their concerns. One woman...
Judge, can we ask,
All right. Hold on.
can we get to a point and can he ask
I'm sorry,
questions?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr.
And during this time, Jane Bashara doesn't know about this type of lifestyle, or does she know?
She does not.
Okay. She knows that you're, does she know at this point that you're engaged in other things?
She knows that I was viewing the lifestyle, and I don't know, I can't say for her what she actually knew, but we did not discuss my involvement in the lifestyle, no.
Okay.
She described it as weird sex.
Okay. And so your relationship with Miss Porter ends because she became you said too needy.
It just ran its course.
Okay.
Did you have sex with Miss Porter?
I did not have sex with any of these women.
Okay.
And when we talk about that, and just for the record, we're talking about intercourse?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And what did you have with, well,
ask him.
okay, what did you have with Miss Porter?
Well, with her, we engaged in BDSM play. We engaged in...
And when you talk about play, you're talking about this alternate lifestyle.
The alternate lifestyle.
Okay.
We're talking about bondage. We're talking about flogging, spanking,
Okay.
those types of activities.
All right.
She did provide oral gratification to me.
So that's sex.
You asked
That's sex if she provided oral sex to you.
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did you tell your wife about that?
Did I know? Absolutely not.
Why?
Because I didn't think it's something she wanted to know.
But didn't you think that you owe her the opportunity to share, if you all sharing all this other stuff, to let her know that you were going outside your marriage?
No, because she told me I could do what I wanted to do.
Okay, okay.
But I did not share that with her. Quite
Okay.
frankly, our interaction together in a physical was very traditional sex, okay? And let me say that it was not, oral sex was not something that she was very keen on or into,
Okay.
okay?
All right, go ahead.
So, after Ms. Porter, is there another person that you're involved with?
Yeah, I met I've been talking to several women, like I said, and then I contacted, I've been talking to Rachel Gillette, and we agreed to meet, and we met in 2008, and I determined that she seemed like a very submissive woman who was new to the lifestyle, and I wanted to help her from that standpoint.
Okay, and this began, you said 2008?
2008.
Okay.
We met, and then let me just clarify this. We met, and then she said that she had a meeting with another dominant, and she told me who it was, and I advised her not to go to this man, that he's a sadist, that he's a man who was very, very rough and very harsh in his treatment. She'd already made the commitment, and she went to him and spent a weekend, 2 days with him. Well, she called me up on that Monday, or we talked on that Monday, and she wanted to come see me, and when she did, she wore a pair of big glasses. And when I removed the glasses, she had a black eye and a puffy cheek. And she wept in my arms and said, "I'm so sorry, you were right." And she got into this. When I removed her clothes, I discovered...
Can we add, Judge,
What?
The way I understand how courtrooms work, an attorney asks a question and the defendant answers it. Mr. Ambrose is just standing there and letting him ramble on ad infinitum, ad nauseum.
So, you don't have to.
All right,
Because we will be here for, not that we don't want to get your facts out, but you got to do a little bit better than that.
He was answering the question,
Okay.
but I'll be more specific in some of the
Okay.
questions. Okay, so you removed her glasses and she had a black eye,
That's correct.
and you said you removed her clothing.
That's correct.
Okay, what'd you find under her clothing?
Multiple bruises on her breasts, on her arms, on her buttocks was cut and bruised, and she was a mess.
Okay.
Physically and mentally.
Oh.
And so that attracted me to this is the type of woman that I wanted to try to help within the lifestyle, within the parameters of that lifestyle.
Okay. Now, tell me what those parameters are, just briefly. What are the parameters of the
The
lifestyle?
parameters were that I have my life, which was a wonderful, wonderful life. I had raised with Jane, and certainly my mother-in-law was a big part of that, 2 children. I had developed a number of wonderful relationships with Rotary, with the schools.
Okay, but
my
that
church.
was your lifestyle within the community, correct?
Correct.
And then you had this other lifestyle, is that correct?
And then I developed the other lifestyle later, much later in life.
Okay, and the parameters of your relationship with Rachel Gillette was what?
Only as a dominant and submissive, or a master and a slave. And I say slave in the regards to the lifestyle, not to do with slavery.
We know that.
Well, I want to make sure that
Well, we
that's
know
out
that.
there.
Just keep going. We
Okay.
all know. We're well versed in this area.
Okay.
Now, that's the beginning of your relationship with Miss Gillette, is that
That's
correct? And then the relationship develops, correct?
That's correct.
All right. What was Miss Gillette's background? Was she at that time married, single, divorced, separated?
She was divorced at that time.
Judge, at this point, I'm sorry. How is this?
Relevant,
I'll move on.
please.
All right. How did your relationship develop?
Well, I was able to help her with two of her two youngest children that were at home that were 16, 17 years old. I helped counsel them a little bit. They had some issues in school.
All right. And
so I was able to help her move to the east side so she could be closer.
all right. And that move to the east side, you were closely. That was your deal, wasn't it?
Pardon me?
I said that was part of your. You helped her immensely in that area.
Well, she had an apartment that she was driving 45 minutes to work for.
All right, and she
moved
worked at.
Moved her to a place that was 15 minutes to work.
Okay, she worked at Wayne State University. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay, and where did she move to?
She moved from Dearborn Heights to Grosse Pointe Park on Mack Avenue.
All right, and what was on Mack Avenue?
That's correct.
And okay, do you recall what year that was?
Not specific. I'm going to say 2009.
Okay,
Late 2009.
and
I don't recall the specific month.
during your relationship with Miss Gillette, there are times where she indicates she wants out. Is that accurate?
Well,
She's concerned that. Does she ask you about your marriage, or are you married?
absolutely she did.
Okay.
I was married, and initially I told her I was not.
Okay.
And then it came out that I was. And
How did it come out that you were?
I don't recall specifically. I'm going to say that she Googled me or somehow said, and then asked me. And when I told her, I said, yes, I am married.
Okay. So initially you lied to her.
I did.
Okay, and there are a number of lies throughout this relationship with Miss Gillette, isn't that correct?
Absolutely. Those lies were put in place to protect my family so I could keep the lifestyle private and separate.
All right. Not only protect your not only.
Be quiet.
I was going to ask a question.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You said to protect your family or to protect you.
Both.
How is the lies protecting your family?
Because it segregated them from my lifestyle.
And it enabled you to enjoy two different types of lifestyle.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Okay, so you got to have the best of both worlds, right?
I had my life,
And you had your life with
and I had a life with in a lifestyle that was much less of a percentage of my life than my normal life, if you will.
No, okay. Go ahead.
It was not equal
Oh,
in
go
any
ahead.
means.
Okay. So at different points during your encounters with Miss Gillette, she indicates that she's going to leave you.
Yes.
And how do you respond to that?
Well, it's very difficult to find someone that you mesh with in the lifestyle.
Well, I didn't ask you that. I asked you how did you respond to it? You didn't want.
I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Leading up to that,
Well, let's get to that. Okay, you have to answer his questions directly. Go ahead.
well, part of the answer, Your Honor, is what I'm saying.
And then we can't hear that. Answer his question directly. Re-ask the question, Mr. Ambrose.
All right.
She
At
said she was going to leave.
a number, how did you respond to her when she was saying that she wanted to leave?
Several times she expressed an interest in moving on, and I told her that she was my slave and that she should not move on. And I sent we sent a couple emails a couple times where I made promises and said things to keep her in the lifestyle
Okay.
with me.
And that was
because
and that was important to you because you didn't want to lose that portion of your lifestyle. Is that accurate?
well, I wouldn't have lost that portion. The key is finding an individual who you mesh with. And her and I meshed well together when it came to the dominant, submissive relationship.
All right. And in order for you to keep that, you told her a lot of lies, correct?
I wouldn't say a lot, no. I told her.
Well, I mean, there's going to be evidence in this case. Miss Lindsay's going to bring it out, so we might as well.
Let Miss Lindsay do her job.
We might as well bring it out. You told her on a number of occasions, you led her to believe that you were still married, that you were going into a divorce, correct?
That's correct.
And the reason for that is what? Why'd you tell her those things?
Because I wanted to keep her at my side, because having to find someone else it's not an easy task. Plus, I don't think she really wanted to leave.
Now, what year was this? This was 2000 what?
2009, 2010.
2009. So you met her 2008. So
Correct.
you trained her for a year. You couldn't find somebody else to train?
I was interacting with several women at that point with her.
Okay, so not only did you have Rachel, you had some more. So how many other slaves were you training?
I'm going to say 3 on and off.
Okay.
That came to me and interacted both with Rachel and I.
Okay, very good.
Yes, ma'am.
So when Rachel said, "Hey, I gotta go. I don't want this," why don't you just let her leave and train somebody else? I mean, like you said, this was a small percentage of your life.
All right, let me explain that to you. She did one time not communicate with me for a week. This is after I sent an email to her. She didn't communicate back with me, and then a week later, she's sending me messages saying that she's sorry and she wants back in. She sat right in this chair and said to you she didn't know why she didn't leave. And she didn't leave because I treated her well, because we did mesh properly together, and because she knew that there were other dominants out there that didn't offer her.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask all the stricken about what she...
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay, now, still, during this, at some point, does she think that you're still married?
How do you know? How can he say?
I'm not sure. I'm unsure as to what she thought. We went back and forth. I mean, she really did not, we did not discuss that. I told her that I was leaving Jane after Jesse got out of high school, and then Jesse was in college, so I let her on, absolutely.
Okay. Even after, now, let's talk about, you're pretty much involved with her in terms of things that are happening in December and January. Are you discussing, like, purchasing houses? What's going on in that area? There's, like, a purchase agreement that was signed, correct?
Well, I need to set a little, back it up a little bit, if I might.
No, you cannot. You
All right.
have to answer the questions that are put before you.
Well, he's asking about the house.
No, he asked, was it
I'm sorry,
something?
could you restate the
Yes.
question, please?
About the purchase agreement.
No, I understand. You signed a purchase agreement at some point, correct?
I signed 3 purchase agreements.
Okay, and these are different houses,
That's
correct?
correct.
And on each, let's talk about the first one. Do you recall that street name?
What difference does it make?
Well, okay, let's talk about the first one. You signed a purchase agreement?
Yes, and it was in my name. The only way in real estate that you can be
We don't need to know
All right.
about real estate. Yes or no, did you sign?
I signed a purchase agreement.
All right,
Here's
now,
the next purchase agreement.
and I think which you had discussed things with your wife, Jane Bashara, regarding downsizing.
Absolutely.
Okay, was
You
this...
didn't discuss downsizing with Rachel, did you?
What do you mean downsizing?
Downsizing from the home that you share with Jane to the home you wanted to purchase with Rachel. You didn't discuss that with Jane, did you?
No, I did not, because there was no
Okay,
there
fine.
was no purchase of any
Fine.
home.
And
Well,
You-
Your Honor, you just
hold on.
Look, that's enough. Go ahead.
Were you, let me ask a direct question. Were you ever intending on living with Rachel Gillette in one of those homes?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And the reason why you were involved in submitting these offers to purchase was for yourself, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Well, let me answer that question more fully. That Jane was very busy with her new job.
Okay.
She was also very busy with Jessica and her school and home.
Had you discussed downsizing your residence with Jane?
With who?
With Jane?
Yes, we did. We talked on a number of occasions.
Okay. And that was a reason why you wanted to get a market idea. What was the market in that area?
I did the research and I let her know that we could buy a home that would be between 2,500 and 3,000 square feet for under $250,000. We would sell Middlesex for approximately $450,000 to $500,000, even though the market was terrible. We would sell it for that much, and I only owed $90,000 on the house, so that would allow us to have a new home, free and clear.
Okay, and the reason why you're downsizing is both your kids are in college at this point.
That's correct.
Okay.
My son is out of college and gone. My daughter is at U of M. That's correct.
Okay. Now, there's a offer to purchase on Kensington. Do you recall that?
That's the third offer to purchase. Yes.
All right, and do you recall when that offer to purchase was submitted?
I don't recall. I think it was sometime in December. I can't recall. I have not seen, I understand that there's a closing statement that was given to me. It was never given to me, and I have not seen the closing statement because I don't think there was a closing statement because I never had financing and or mortgage approval for that home.
Tell me, I mean, you're making an offer to purchase on a home. You submit them a deposit, correct?
Yes, I put a $1,000 deposit down.
And what are you doing with that?
On the first two deposits, on the first two offer to purchase, I knew when the drop dead date was to lose or have that deposit refunded. There's two ways.
And you got those monies back?
I got those monies back.
Okay.
With Kensington, what happened was with my involvement with Christmas and my involvement with the church auction, I missed the date. The $1,000 was gone, but I had no intention on closing on that house.
Okay.
Did not have a C of O, did not have any funding or proof of funding, and I never saw a purchase agreement.
All right. Now, well, you signed a purchase.
Closing statement, excuse me.
Let's see. When you are, let me ask this. That offer to purchase, did you ever communicate with the real estate agents that you are not going forward with this purchase?
No, I did not
All right.
tell them that.
Did you ever?
Until the last minute where I said I backed out.
Okay. Did you ever apply for a mortgage?
No, I did not.
All right. Now, there is a letter somewhere saying that you had financing, but you never officially applied for a mortgage.
That letter was done as a general letter from Don Calcaterra at Town Mortgage, who was really the only mortgager I used in all my properties, my home, my rentals, and I asked him to provide a letter that said, if Mr. and Mrs. Bashara bring us I think that's how it read. It may have just been to me, but I don't recall specifically. But if Mr. and Mrs. Bashara bring us a deal, based on the deal, we will provide mortgage approval. That was sufficient I gave it to Miss Michelli because she wanted to know that I was, if she's showing me these homes, she wanted to know that I would have mortgage approval if we found one that was suitable.
Okay.
And let me add that nowhere did Rachel's name ever appear on any of the purchase agreements.
Okay. Did you ever ask your mother regarding financing?
No, not at all.
All right.
I never asked my mother to borrow a large sum of money. I had borrowed a number of smaller amounts of money for different things, college, and to help out. But no, I did not.
Were you aware that there was a closing that was happening?
No, I was not aware of any closing. I did not get a closing statement as was testified to.
All right. Now, one of the things
Objection, Your Honor. Well, that's okay.
One of the things now you mentioned that you never received the closing closing documents, and you were here at trial and you knew what was being testified, correct?
I do.
Okay. On that day, that morning, you are downriver?
That's correct.
Okay. Where downriver are you?
I was in Wyandotte. I met Jim.
Okay, wait a minute. I have tried to give you as much latitude as I can. There are narrow issues here. Okay, but supplementing the record with information, this is not relevant to him being denied a new trial. You're going to have to couch your questions in terms of what the attorney did or did not do. But this random testimony, I'm not going to allow it.
Did your attorneys ever question that where you were on that day that you were supposed to pick up that closing statement?
Not
Closing
that I
document.
recall.
All right.
I told them that I'd like Jim Wagner, Pat Hawkins.
Okay, now Jim Wagner is who?
Jim Wagner and Mike McCullough are the two Rotarians from downriver that I had lunch with.
And that's on the day that you're supposed to pick up this closing package?
On 124. I wasn't supposed to pick it up. I didn't.
Okay.
It was not ever a part of the plan.
And so you have lunch, and then what happens with Mr. Hawkins?
I left Sibley's on Jefferson, which is in Wyandotte. I then drove south on Jefferson to West Road, where I went up West Road west to where City of Trenton is, looking for Pat Hawkins. I then didn't find him at the DPW. He has an office there. And I went to the ice arena. He's a customer of mine. And I don't recall actually if I met with him or if I just checked the inventory and talked to him. But there are phone records of me communicating with him.
And so from there, where do you go?
I go home.
Okay, now what time do you leave Trenton?
I'm going to say 3 o'clock, 2:45.
Okay, and you drive directly home?
I drive directly home. It's a 45-minute ride.
Okay. At any point do you never stop at the real estate agency?
The real estate company, J&J Realtor, is on the hill, which is 20 to 25 minutes from my home.
Okay.
Especially at 3:30, 4 o'clock when South's getting out, it's a madhouse there.
And so you get home, and one of the things you know is what time you put on your computer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what time was that?
I think it was 3:45.
Okay. So you're saying that you wanted these other people called as witnesses to show your whereabouts downriver in order to show that the people from J&J Realty were mistaken in terms of their testimony, correct?
They were not only mistaken, they were lying. It wasn't true. I did not pick up a closing statement. I did not go to the hill. I drove directly home. I let my dog out. I went up, changed, turned the computer on, worked in my office for half an hour, and at 4:20 left to go to Mack Avenue.
Okay, what are you doing at Mack Avenue?
I do a number of things at my building. That day I wanted to sweep and clean behind the building. Winter's coming. If you recall, it was a very mild winter, and I wanted to sweep up leaves, trash, cigarette butts, a number of things that were back there. Tenants from up above will throw butts down. The waitresses and bartenders at the bar and the restaurant go out back and smoke, and they throw their butts.
All right, so you were cleaning up there. That was one of your properties, correct?
One of my properties.
Okay. How long are you there?
I am there till 6 o'clock.
Okay. What do you do at 6 o'clock?
I'm in the Hard Luck Lounge from 5:45 to 6 o'clock having a drink. I then leave the Hard Luck Lounge.
What time do you leave the Hard Luck Lounge?
A minute to 6 o'clock.
Okay.
And I put my, there was a tote I was using for the leaves. I put that back where it went. I got in my car, and by 6:05, I'm driving home.
Okay. What time do you arrive home?
Well, it's a 10 to 12-minute ride, so I'm home by 17 after.
And why are you going home?
I had to pick up.
And I don't need the whole story, Mr. Bashara. You told me before what the whole story.
Some keys.
Okay. The key. Why didn't you have those keys with you?
Because the weekend before, when I was in Oregon, I took them off my ring. I never traveled with my full wad of keys.
And you were in Oregon with who?
Weekend before that, I think on the 14th, 15th.
All right, and that was part of the whole lifestyle thing too, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, you had taken off those keys prior to you going to Oregon.
That's correct.
All right, and so you don't have those keys while you're cleaning. Is that accurate?
And
Okay.
I wanted to get into one part of my building.
And what were you going to get in part of that building?
Well, that part of the building was a garage connected to the old photographic studio. And in that garage, I had piles and piles of belongings from 2 previous tenants. And I would be going through these piles, pulling out different things, sorting them, separating them. I was done cleaning. I wanted to get in there. I didn't have the keys. I drove home to get the keys and was back by 6:25, 6:30, where I saw Liz Stone behind the building.
Okay, and who is Liz Stone?
Liz Stone, unbeknownst to me, I'd never met her prior to that, was a friend of Missy Keller's, who's a tenant of mine.
Okay, all right. And then you're back at the bar, or
I leave my house within 2 minutes. I grab the keys, use the bathroom, back in the car, and I drive home.
What do you notice when you're at the home?
I noticed when I walked in that Jane's briefcase was right by the door where she always leaves it, so I knew she was home.
All right. Do you talk to her at all?
No, because I didn't see her on the first floor, and I wanted to get back. We talked previous at around 4:30, I think, as she was ready to leave work or leaving work. We had talked and said that, even the night before we talked about working on taxes.
Okay.
And that was something where, it's the end of January, our W-2s are coming in, it's
Right.
time to do taxes. So
Now,
I come back, or when I come into the house, in the mudroom, I saw her bag. I didn't see her on the first floor. If I had, I would have said hello and talked to her for a minute. But I grabbed the keys, used the bathroom, and left.
Okay. And had you had a time set that you were supposed to be talking with?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Did you have a time set that you were supposed to be talking with Jane about your taxes?
Yeah, we talked about 8:30.
Okay.
When I got home. I told her I was going to be doing some work over there, and I'd be home. I would have been home sooner if Mike Carmody couldn't make it. But
Okay. So you called Mike Carmody.
Well, first of all, on the way back to Mac, I called and left a message for Jane at 6:26 to say that I was going to call Mike Carmody and ask him to come up to the bar for a drink.
Okay.
Okay?
And you left.
The phone call got disconnected after, I think, 40 or 50 seconds. Got disconnected. I then called her back to finish my message, and I arrived at the bar at that point.
Okay.
When I get to the bar, I see Liz Stone. I asked her to move her car because she's parking in a spot that was reserved for the commercial tenants.
Okay.
And I told her my name, and this was a...
No. Okay. So you tell her name. Okay.
I tell her my name, and then she moves her car, and I tell her I thank you for doing that. And at that point it was, I think, 20 to 6 or 7, excuse me. And I call Mike, and I said, Mike, can you come up for a drink? And he said yes.
Okay. And so, what time does Mike get there?
He gets there at 7 o'clock.
Okay. And how long do you stay at the bar with Mike?
1 hour. We have 2 drinks. After I talked to Mike, I called, I think, my daughter and my son to talk to them. I had time. I then went into the bar at about 5 to 7. As I'm walking into the bar, I see Carol Ponderzak, who is a friend of 2 Rotarians of mine. I saw her. I was out front because I walked around the back to the front. As I'm walking into the bar, I say hi to Carol. I don't think I really talked to her that much. I think I nodded to her and said hi and went into the bar. I then told Christy, who was the bartender, that I wanted the tab. I had a friend coming up, and I wanted the tab for it because Mike always wanted to pay. And I said, it's my turn to pay. And then I went out. Mike called me, and I went out and met him, and we walked into the bar at 7 o'clock.
Okay, and you stay there, you said an hour or so?
Till 8 o'clock.
Till
I left at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Now, just, you've been in prison for a while now, correct?
I was incarcerated in end of June 2012.
All right. And you were provided some of the phone records, is that correct? Your own phone records?
I'm sorry?
You were provided with your own phone records?
As far as prison records?
No, your phone records regarding
Yes,
this.
I did see
And is that why you know the specific times?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You didn't know at that time that at 6:26 you were calling
No,
so and so.
I
You
didn't.
know it because you've seen the records and that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And it was brought up as well in court.
Okay. All right. So you get home around 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock.
All right.
No, I leave the bar at 8 o'clock. Again, it's a 10 to 12 minute ride. I don't recall if I took Alter or Mac to Alter and down Alter, or if I went down Nottingham, or not Nottingham, but Balfour to, a lot of times I would take Balfour, cross down to Essex.
All right. At some point you
I'm
get...
home at, say, 8:10, 8:15.
Okay. And at that point, is Jane home?
No,
No.
she's not.
And did that concern you?
No, not initially. I thought maybe she had gone over to Patty's. I thought maybe she went to the village. I didn't know what she was doing. When I talked to her earlier, she said she was on her way home, and that was the only discussion we had as far as what her evening held.
Okay.
She usually made herself a salad for dinner or something light for dinner, had a glass of wine. I know she recorded a lot of Dancing with the Stars and So You Think You Can Dance. She loved those shows.
Okay.
And
At some point during that evening, though, you become concerned?
I do. Around 9 o'clock, after 45 minutes or so, I looked through the house and I didn't find her, and so I go back in my office and start working and doing what I wanted to do. And about 9 o'clock, I'm a little concerned.
So what do you do at 9?
Let me be real clear about this point. Every time my wife had left the house, whether it was in the morning for something she wanted me to do, she was a great list lady. She made lists of lists.
Okay.
And so if she left somewhere, she would say, went to Fairfax, be back in an hour,
Okay.
half an hour, whatever.
And did she do that on that evening?
No, she did not.
Okay. And did that have a concern?
What?
Did that have a concern to you?
Well, at 9 o'clock, I'm beginning to wonder where she is. So I called her. I think I may have called her mother, actually. I have to look at I don't recall the phone records. It's been a while since I looked at them. But I made several calls. I called Patty Matthews to find out where was Jane there.
All right. And Patty Matthews is a close friend of
She's
Jane's.
a very close friend.
All right. And what time, okay, at some point also, what time do you call the police?
That wasn't till later.
Okay.
That was probably 11 or 11:20, and that was at the suggestion of Debbie Breen.
And who's Debbie Breen?
Debbie Breen is a close personal friend of ours who went through a divorce a couple years prior.
And you spoke to Debbie?
First of all, let me say I called my mother to ask her if she had heard or seen from Jane. I didn't think she would, but I called her, and she said, well, what's going on? I said, well, we were supposed to work on taxes. I got home at 8:15, and she wasn't home. And so now it's 9:30, and I'm a little worried. I think I called my mother around 9:30, 10 o'clock, and to say, I'm a little concerned. And I called her back 20 minutes later. I also called Debbie. I know I called Debbie because I thought maybe Jane went over to Debbie's house to
Okay.
have a wine or something.
And then Debbie Breen is the one who suggested maybe calling the police?
That's correct. That
Okay.
was late. Actually, before that, I told my mother, Debbie came over, and we called the St. John Hospital, we called Bon Secours and Cottage to see if there was someone, if Jane was there, and St. John had a Jane Doe. And so my mother lives at 8 Mile and Mac. St. John's is at 7 and Mac. So I asked my mother to swing by St. John's to see if Jane Doe was in fact my Jane. And it wasn't. It was an African-American woman. My mother then came to my house. We talked a little bit. I actually think her and Debbie got in the car and drove around for a little while. I don't know if that was before we called the police or
Your
after.
Honor, I hate to object at this point, but can we get to something instead of just letting him just go on and on?
All right. All right, so there's no contact with Jane whatsoever at this point,
No.
and you're...
No, which caused me to get more increasingly worried as the night drew on.
Okay.
And that's why I called the police.
Okay.
And let me just say, no?
This is a situation.
Yes, ma'am.
This is just to show what the attorney
Okay.
did not do.
All right.
Okay? So can we follow along with that, Mr. Ambrose?
Sure.
Okay. May I get a drink of water?
Can we get some water?
Do you have a cup or something?
Can you get some water? Thank you.
All right. I want to step back a little bit, and I said I want to go over some of the things that your relationship with Joseph Gentz.
Okay.
All right. And when did you first?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
When did you first meet Joseph Gentz?
When did I first meet him or talk to him?
Okay, talk to him.
I first talked to him, I was given his name and number by Steve Tabato.
Okay, and what did Steve Tabato say?
Steve Tabato was a man I've known for probably 10 to 15 years. I had bought appliances from him.
And he's the owner of Steve's Furniture?
He is.
Or appliances?
That's correct.
And so he knows Joseph Gentz.
Apparently he referred him to me, so I assume he did.
All right, and so at some point you speak with Joseph Gentz?
I do. He calls me. Steve tells me we'll give him a call. I said, no, you have him call me. Steve told me that he was a decent guy. He was a little goofy, but he was all right, and he needs a place to rent, a two-bedroom to rent for he and his daughter he was trying to gain custody of. And I told him that I told Steve as well as I told Joe that I didn't have a two-bedroom in any of my properties, but I was representing a woman that did have a two-bedroom.
And who was that lady?
Pardon me?
Who is that lady that you knew?
Yes, Rebecca Fortin.
Okay, and so at some point you and Joseph Gentz meet with Miss Fortin?
Initially, I meet Joe at the first meeting I had with him. He called me. It took us probably a half dozen to 8 calls going back and forth to get together. And he came to my St. Clair Shores apartment at 11 and a half in Jefferson. He met me there. He said that he was leaving Eagle Point because they doubled his rent,
Okay.
and he had to leave.
Okay. And you eventually...
I meet him in St. Clair Shores at 11 and a half in Jefferson.
Okay, and...
That's my first meeting.
Okay. And so when do you meet with Miss Fortin and Mr. Gentz?
Well, I have the keys to her duplex. I'm responsible for renting the upper duplex. That was our relationship, our agreement. And so I have the keys. It's on a lockbox, and I have that number and the keys. So again, after probably half dozen phone calls, I meet Joe Gentz at the property. This is prior to Rebecca Fortin getting there. I meet him there, show him the empty apartment. He says he likes it. I said, well, let me talk to the owner, and I'll set up another meeting.
Okay, and another meeting is set up, correct?
Yes, and several days later, and again, after a number of phone calls, it just seemed like he and I couldn't connect on this phone.
Okay.
There was a number of phone calls. We meet Rebecca, I think it was on the 8th of October, at the property, and he and I and Rebecca go up to the apartment, and he again looks at it. We talk about the stove that's not there, that she's going to get a stove for him, and
eventually he signs this lease, correct? With Miss.
After we looked at the apartment, I told him that told her that I would prepare a lease, and we would meet at her mother's house on Beaconsfield that I had rented several months prior.
And you do that, correct?
We do that.
Okay.
I go home, I prepare the lease from one of my leases, but I got to get on a computer and change the.
Okay, counsel.
All right.
Stop.
Yes,
Oh, no, not you, counsel.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you the witness. Counsel, we're gonna have to do it differently about evidence that should have been admitted that wasn't. This was all admitted. Okay, everything he's saying was testified to. Now, you're gonna have to couch it in terms of what was deficient to grant them new trial, because I heard all this.
But one of the things that Mr. Bashara is saying is that he was advised by his attorneys not to testify.
Okay, well, fine. He's not going to testify here. You've got to talk about what was not done, what should have been done that affected his ability to have a fair trial. Now, just testifying because he wants to testify today, well, that's wonderful, but that's not going to make me grant a new trial. So we need to talk about procedurally the things that were not done to prevent the court from substantively having information that it views as critical, okay? So let's go from there.
All right. One of the things that Joseph Gentz, this is your first encounter with Mr. Gentz.
That's correct.
Okay, our first meetings with him.
That's correct.
Do you, at some point, try to assist him with regard to utilities? With regard to the utilities of the place?
Yes.
Okay, so he signs a lease with Fortin, and what, with regard to the utilities, what?
Several weeks later, he called me and asked me if I would be able to put the utilities in his name.
All right, and so those utilities were put in your name, correct?
I did that.
And had you ever done that previously to any tenant?
For several other tenants, yes.
All right, was that something that was ever brought out at trial?
No, it wasn't. In fact, I recommended that Armanda Armstrong and that John Giannakis and several other people be called as witnesses to say that I had done that for them to show that it wasn't just for Joe Gentz.
Okay, and that was important to you because you weren't showing special interest in Joseph Gentz.
No, I was not.
All right, but you had done this for prior tenants, and you wanted, and you did it for
probably a half dozen over 20 years.
Okay.
I don't make a habit of it, but I did it when they asked me, especially in Joe Gentz's case because he was doing work for me.
Okay, and now let's talk about the work that he was doing. At some point, you have him work on your property?
Yes, I do.
And your rental properties?
Yes, he
Okay.
works on my Mac property twice. He works at my house probably 3 or 4 times.
And are you paying him during this time, or what's going on?
I am accruing his hours and tell him that once he reaches a certain amount, I will pay him. The big job that I wanted him to do, there were 2 of them. One, Rebecca Fortin, and this was never asked by my attorneys, that Rebecca Fortin asked me to get a price on painting the upper railings on her balcony overhang.
All right, and so that was something that you asked Joseph Gentz to do?
Joe, at the time that we met with Rebecca, I said, Joe, is this something you can do? And he said, absolutely.
All right.
It involved scraping and painting, so it was a simple task. But I told Rebecca that I would get a price, and I asked my attorneys to ask her about that, and they failed to do that.
Okay, and that was important to show what?
Well, to show several things. One, that I'm trying to get Joe work, and that I was also going to make money on that, and that I was trying to help Rebecca Fortin out. That it wasn't, I think that was the main reason. It was important that they know that that's the type of person I am.
All right, and that Joseph Gentz could do certain work for people,
Yes.
correct? All right.
I wanted to try to help this guy out. He wanted to help his daughter. That was my impression, and that was my understanding initially.
Okay, and so that initial contact with Mr. Gentz when he signs the lease and so forth, that happens in what month and what year?
October 8th, all the same day.
Okay, and during this period of time, are you engaging in his services, or are you asking him to work? What's going on?
Well, initially I didn't. As we, I think within a week I said, because when I asked him about the railing, he said, I do handyman and odd jobs. And I said, is this a railing something you can do? Well, I needed some drywall work done on my Mac property, and Jane and I, every fall, we had a very lush backyard.
All right, and you asked him to work on your backyard. Okay, and he came out to your backyard.
He did.
All
Only
right.
with me. He never came by himself.
Okay, not that you're aware of.
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Now, so he actually do you introduce him to Jane?
No, I do not.
Okay, but at some point he sees Jane?
He had never met Jane face to face, like walking up and saying hello to her or being introduced to her.
All right.
We were working in the backyard, We were at the back end of the property trimming some bushes and some trees that were growing on the fence line. Jane yelled out and said, "I've got lemonade for you guys." And she put it on the grill, which is the grill.
All right, so she brought lemonade out. He saw her.
He saw her.
Okay.
And he said, "Is that your wife?" And I said, "Yes, that's my wife, Jane."
Okay. Now, there are other projects that you want Mr. Gens to perform. Is that accurate?
Well, in addition to the railing, the main project was my roof.
Okay, and you are in some sort of communication with him during the next couple of months.
Absolutely.
On different things.
Well, when
You're trying to get him to work, and how is your communication with Gens?
It's very, very difficult. A lot of times I would call him, and then he would call me back, and I couldn't take the call. I was in a meeting, so we went back and forth.
Now, the phone records you had a chance to review.
I did.
Okay, and you've had a long time to review those, correct?
Yeah.
All right, and the vast majority of those phone records regarding the times of them, the duration of the phone calls, how much time would you say those lasted?
I made detailed notes.
I don't want to talk about detailed notes, Mr. Bashara. I'm asking you a specific question. I mean, are these long conversations the phone records represent, or short conversations, or short connections?
Well, there were many, many calls. Some of them were never connected, under 40 seconds.
And that's what I want. Okay.
Probably 65% of every call that I made, that I saw that I made to, or Joe Gens made to me, 65% was under 40 seconds.
All right, and so are you suggesting that you never actually spoke to him during these contacts?
Absolutely. A
Okay.
40-second call, by the time the phone starts going, when it's ringing. And until...
I'm going to object, because he can't testify how the company does things.
But, so you had a chance to review those records, and you're saying 65% of that time you never actually speak to him.
That's correct. And
Okay.
that was never brought out when they had Stan Brew on the stand talking about phone records. He testified to this point.
Okay, but...
Let me finish, please. He testified to the point that he only reviewed the records that Miss Lindsay asked him to review. In other words, he didn't look at the details. He didn't look at any type of call patterns other than just from me to him and him to me, and the amount of calls per month. He didn't look at duration. He didn't look at any of those factors.
And you thought...
Had that been brought out by my attorneys, it would have minimized this idea that I was grooming Mr. Gens or conspiring with him to kill my wife.
All right. Now, these phone contacts with him, what are you contacting him for?
What am I doing?
Why are you contacting him?
Well, there's several reasons. One, for the first month, I wanted to get a price from him on the railing.
Okay.
When we first met at my St. Clair Shores property, he told me that he had done odd jobs, and I said, "Have you ever done roofing work?" And he said, "Yes." And he said, "I've done tarring and sealing." And I said, "Well, I've got 2 flat roofs that need to be sealed," which was my interest in hiring him.
All right. At some point, you actually go out to home. I mean, was that ever brought out at trial?
What? I'm sorry.
Was your contact and you wanted this information brought out at trial?
That's correct.
Okay. At some point, and some of these things only you can testify to, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. At some point, you go to Home Depot and purchase a bunch of things.
I do. I purchased several 5-gallon buckets of sealer.
And sealer for Joseph Gens to do work.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
End of October.
Okay. Does he ever do that type of work? Did he do it?
Well, he didn't. No, that was one of the reasons for my large volume of calls. He had November and December. Again, that December was a very, very mild winter. Probably one of the most.
All right. And during this mild winter, he still is not working.
He does not do any of the roof work I asked him to do.
Are you getting frustrated during this time?
To a point, yeah, because my roof's leaking, and Rocco Cinquinellia, who is my main tenant at Dillon's, is complaining because the roof's leaking on him.
Okay. And you continue to contact Joseph Gens and he's not doing work for you?
Continuously.
Okay.
About that, and I also wanted to make sure about the utilities being paid.
Let's talk about the utilities
Sure.
because though you're getting bills in your name, correct?
That's correct.
At some point, you become aware that these bills are not being paid.
That's correct.
And Joseph Gens is supposed to be paying these bills,
Right.
correct?
I put them in my name in October. I got the first bill in November. He got sent a bill and I got sent a duplicate copy.
And you're aware now that he's not paying that.
Well, I wasn't right away, but after I got a late notice in the middle of December for the November bill, I then went to him and said, "Why haven't you paid this bill? I want this bill paid."
All right. At some point, does Jane Bashara know that you have a late notice?
Yes.
And when is that?
Objection, he can't testify.
Well, I do know because
You understand, you can't say when she knew.
Did you?
No, that's hearsay, no.
Did you had a conversation with Miss Bashara?
Objections to relevance.
Sustained. Let's move on
It's-
about what the lawyers didn't do, okay?
Well, this is a very important part of the
What?
case that regarding
About this roof?
about the utility bill.
Okay, we're gonna move on from that.
Okay,
The utility bill, if it had been introduced, would have shown what?
that it was late.
Okay?
That it was never brought out at trial that Jane Bashara was not pleased with this late bill coming in.
What
That the-
difference does that
because I don't want to put words in his mouth. I'd prefer it coming directly from him.
What difference would it make if she wasn't happy about the bills being paid?
Because there's a conversation that happens between Bob Bashara and Joseph Gens that may have triggered this incident.
Judge,
It's not relevant.
It-
Move on. Move on, Counsel.
At a risk of, I don't want to be disrespectful to the court, but I think it's an important aspect.
Let me explain the rules, excuse me, in this courtroom. If I rule on something, it's preserved in a higher court than we do it, but you have to go to a different court.
Okay, but can I at least
Not
put it?
now.
Can I put it on the record as to why it's important?
Not now. Move on.
This whole area, though, that we're alluding to is never part of the record, correct?
Judge, can
That's something that his attorneys didn't bring out that I want to get.
I want to object is because he waived his right not to testify. He already said that these are things that can only have come from him. If he waived his right not to testify, and he did it knowingly and voluntarily, why are we even going through this? So what? The jury didn't hear it. He had a right at the point in time at the trial to testify, and he chose not to. So what he would have said had he testified is not relevant here because he waived his right.
Response.
Yeah, I think Mr. Bashara stated at the very beginning he wanted to testify.
But okay, then that's one area. Then we go on to another area, but we don't go into detail about what he would have said had he testified. Okay, that's what I want you to, in order for me to understand what's going on, what the lawyer should have done, didn't do, and were requested to do. Now, anything about if he had testified, what he would have said about a number of things is not relevant because he had a right to do it and he waived that right. So let's move on. That's my ruling. You object, let's go on. Let's move to another area, okay?
Your attorneys told you. You tell me what your attorneys told you if you would have testified.
my attorneys, both of them, Mr. McCarthy and Ms. Diallo, after repeated requests for me I wanted to testify because there was so much misinformation, so many lies, so many pieces of false evidence that were presented that I knew was absolutely incorrect. I wanted to testify, and they told me that if I did, I would be convicted, that I should absolutely not testify, that they had this, don't worry about it, we've got this, You have to trust our years and years of experience, and I felt that I was grossly misled by that.
Okay.
But you had an opportunity, first of all, number one, you knew that there were some lies that were being
I
told.
can't hear you.
I said you knew there were lies that were being told on the stand. Is that
Yes.
correct, by witnesses?
Right.
When all of the testimony was completed, and you had an opportunity to testify, to correct those lies, and I asked you, do you want to
You
testify?
did.
Why didn't you then say, yes, I want to testify?
Your Honor, I said very clearly, at the advice of my attorneys, I am not going to testify.
So now, after the jury comes back and you're convicted, you now say, well, if I had testified, it would have been a different result. Is that what you're saying?
Your Honor, I believe that my attorneys did throughout the whole, first of all, these are the third sets of attorneys that I had.
Okay.
All right. I had been misrepresented by David Grimm initially in the whole media interviewing deal that he did for me, or actually working very much against me. I had been, the situation between Proceda and Cooper was tenuous at best, and you removed them because you saw that. Mr. Cooper was taken off for whatever reason. I don't think we're quite clear on why that was.
But it's not relevant.
Well,
So go ahead.
it's important to me at that
Okay,
time.
so here's the background. Before trial, you knew that these lawyers that you had, David Grimm you retained, and Proceda and Cooper were court appointed, that they were misleading you, not giving you good information. The court then gives you 2 more attorneys. Now, with that background information,
Well, the court actually gave me David Cripps, and he was removed.
okay, very
And I
good.
fired David Grimm.
Okay, well, very good, but he was retained by you.
That's correct.
Okay, but very good. So the background is, these are lawyers that are giving you bad information. You had a right to testify. Why would you trust those lawyers if everybody else been lying to you that's been a lawyer?
You know, initially you had said,
Answer the question.
I am. Initially you said these are very fine attorneys that we're
And?
giving you.
So what you saying, you did it for me?
No, not at all. I did it for me. I was happy that I was getting good representation. You espoused their skills and said that they're very, very good and competent attorneys. It's on the record.
Right.
And I was happy with that. I trusted you as well, in your opinion, and appointing these attorneys to me.
Okay.
I learned as the trial progressed that they weren't following through, they weren't doing. I should have fired them. Had I fired them mid-trial, then what would have happened?
Let me ask you a question. At any time, did you take the time to write me letters about you were dissatisfied about what they were doing?
No.
Did you? Okay.
I didn't.
Go ahead.
All right.
Let's take a recess. You didn't call that witness, okay? We'll find out. Let's take a 15-minute recess. All right.
That's what I was doing.
We're going to take a 15-minute recess.
Tess was in here watching. He was right during this whole testimony. Yes, I think this is all great evidence.
Hey, have you been telling him what I've been... Why not? I'm trying to distract him. You can show me. He won't show them to you. He doesn't want to bother you when you're good brain. Probably not.
still look like this.
I'm sure they do.
I can't believe that hasn't happened to you yet.
It's there. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yesterday I was talking about this kid guy. That was the one I wanted. Oh, you were gonna do that? Refuge that you keep doing kids. Mike Reynolds was having a field day about the kick out. He was kids in the morning.
I'll have to look at the first.
Oh, I'm not gonna tell. How you doing? Good, good. Just taking pictures and what beach do you want? Oh, there you are. How you doing, man? Good, good. Came down to watch a little bit. They report back. Oh, yeah. Cock ready to load. Mr. Himmelman is ready to go. Look here. And we even got our belts. Make sure we don't screw anything up. Just film these guys. These two. They like that. Especially one.
That's why I'm in appeals.
Right, well,
What?
I still got both his gloves too.
Those should be.
Sit in my garage.
Yeah, I had recent surgery on this one to straighten it out.
From a shop. 100 mile an hour Ally rating. Yeah, no, it doesn't.
No, I took.
You told me that story.
Broke the top.
Did you pants slip or did you go right through the pants?
Well, there's like a gap.
So those are those old
That's what he was able for.
you know, no, it's still the same now, but it's on the farm, and then it's very sharp, but the cat. So then swings with your arm out here,
He dropped like a rock. I mean, was it instant? You couldn't, you didn't feel
I
off.
tried to see it, like I dropped the rock, and then,
Was this in the minors?
and I thought, it's okay, what can I do with that?
Wasn't it your ego that eventually ended your career? I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I can't lift my shoulders really over my head anymore. You know, it's called like this frozen shoulder.
Oh, really?
It's either from, it could be from baseball, it could be from football, whatever. But, you know, you get this situation. I mean, I can't throw. I had to play left-handed this summer. I can throw underhand. I can pitch. They're already moving on. Yeah. But then if I get a grounder hit, damn, that first thing. So I'm finally.
Because you're throwing it.
So I got an MRI and everything. Yeah, it's weird.
I'm surprised that your ears are using that.
I never had any problems with my face with ears, you know, because you know a lot of guys get. I did get my head split open, but that was not. That was. You remember when I walked around with the Band-Aid? Yeah, that was wasn't related to me, the position I played. It was an open play. Where a teammate kicked my head. We thought it was a ball. I guess they're shaped the same. Did he, Chris, the track me down for you? Lisa? Chris, the track me down for you? Oh, yeah, okay. Your forearm?
No, this is John's courtroom. Judge Brennan is got the day off.
That case came back already?
The jury trial, yeah, guilty as charged.
Judge Brennan gave a guy hideout at the second.
Yep.
I guess Charles Long Street.
What?
It's legal.
Are you serious?
I asked Mark asked Jason because I wanted to know. We objected. She asked me if it was well.
So he asked, Mark asked me yesterday. In my gut.
Well, the only case I found was on a regular billing plan, but you can do it
Did he? What?
on one of those.
Charles didn't get in trouble, or is he? Did he?
Deputies are
You could appeal
Bill's case.
and make an argument
Deputies are arguing
based on the
like
circumstances.
going advocate after
Oh, because
he's
he was like,
That's
yeah.
just like a really
spit out.
Oh.
Going at him.
So by nature of felony murder, I'm second. And I don't think that you can hide that.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I don't know that for sure, but how can you? He must have violated it. You can't answer if he didn't violate it.
Right. I can't believe she did that.
I guess he could have gotten a flat two. He could have gotten a flat two to 17-year-old and been out by 19, and then he'd have no tail or no probation.
That's true. I thought about that. Yeah, I know.
Judge Brennan gave a guy hideout on the FF second.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, walking back. I think he could have, so he could have done 2 years. He could have,
What's his name? You can look at his honesty.
yeah, he's a,
But just for a quick visit.
It's a fair reaction, a fair response.
did he come at him or something? This, good luck. I'm gonna watch upstairs. Cheer you on. All right. Learn how to sleep with your eyes open.
Have you perfected that art?
I think I figured it out.
Two days waiting.
We got a drink yesterday.
All day, 3 o'clock, they tell him. Sorry, your case is getting adjourned. Come back tomorrow. Exactly. Oh, the victim came
And she
before.
showed up at 9. Can't do it at 12:30. Can't do it at 12:30. She was here. Now she can come back at 12:30.
And you're gonna tell her to come back tomorrow. Yeah.
I watched it.
You watched it yesterday?
I love playing hers.
Yeah, that's right. Like every water spot and all that. You gotta get it. You gotta get it in detail. That's my buddy does instructors. It's like all black, like they have like they do like some bar rub down.
Crazy stuff. It's like a 3-step after like white card or something. Come in with the weekend. I just watched it.
Yeah. Probably not. Enjoy it now. Have you gotten out of the freeway yet? Have you gotten a little speed out of it?
Yeah, a little bit. Say again up there.
Said you got it. Yeah. I mean, exactly.
It
That's
has, on the dash, it has a 0 to 60 timer on it. It's still time.
oh, does it really? That's cool.
So I tried it once. And our kind of so I just it was like 7 seconds. I gotta get so now it's his best time. So now it's his best time 7 seconds.
Oh, does it? Oh, that's
It keeps your best time listed there. So
That's not. They shouldn't do that.
I got to find a spot to do it though. Because there's a thing that technically I'm speeding because it's a light, and after the light, you're on the service trying to make it on the highway. So I started to go. You're gonna get a dead stop.
Right.
So girls, I get up, get into the
Oh yeah.
it's not like a road. It's on a light. It's just like straight. I can already stop and start it up.
Yeah. Or like a massive, like abandoned parking lot somewhere.
Yeah.
Just a big open stretch. That's really cool. I didn't know that they did that.
It's probably not a lot. 0 to 64.
And that's what, and when you said that, I was like, give me a cup of coffee, actually put that in the car. Because you know people are going to try and set that aside. Like it's going to be a game. Yeah.
And then there's also a bunch of different options you can go through to put in there. That's one of them.
That's pretty cool. So you could probably get like a mid to low sixes. That's what one Mike told me you're getting. That's easy to get like SRT. Is he getting SRT? I know that there's my buddy knows a guy that has one.
That would be like $500-$600 a month just to lease from.
Did you buy yours? Leasing it?
No, you're right. I probably can't afford like I think I'm leasing a couple of years. After like I'll just switch units. It'll be 5 payments.
Yeah.
And then it'll cut a couple of years. I mean, it'll cut some of the things. Do locations to make more a year. But then
Let me know when you're ready. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You don't mind me asking how much you paying? 300. You got a whole lot more. A whole lot more sexy. This is not surprising. Exactly. I went to, when I bought my car, I went to Matthew Harker's in Royal Oaks in the same exact car that I have now, just with the sunroof. I don't have a sunroof.
That was mine. The sunroof was my one.
It was like $275 a month. I was like, dude, I'm not paying that much for this car. Because I was paying like $186 a month. I'm not, no. And then I went to Gordon when my buddy bought his truck at. We can do it for $201 a month. I don't need a sunroof. That's it. Yeah, the black one looks nice. Usually, like you said, you're just going to keep washing, especially in the summertime. You have to wash everything once a week.
Yeah, I just watched it.
Is the stripe black on it too, or is it flat black? Yeah, is that this flat black? Yeah, that's cool. That's really nice. Oh, I didn't know.
I built that step off of my records, but I know that it's all
Black stripe. You want to make that?
I was before I can't justify. I mean, maybe I could justify buying if you want. No way.
Exactly. No, yeah, it's like with Matthew Harker. They were like, oh, well, if you want to like.
She's on Team Frankie shadowing me today.
Brennan's not here today. She's got the day off, so. she said like not like put money and not get anything back when I was in the very state. Like, oh, we put like, can you put like $1,000 down? She says, oh, no, it's leasing. We're gonna give you $1,000. Just giving you $1,000. No.
Back on record.
They're good.
You ready, Mr. Bishop?
I just wanted to review one thing, but I am ready, Your Honor.
Take your time. Mr. Ambrose, were we able to resolve the issue of the witness? Could we address that?
No, I tried contacting her. I can't reach her.
Okay, very good. Okay. Are you still under oath, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. When we left off, Mr. Bashara,
Yes.
we were talking about your dissatisfaction with your attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And obviously with your court's advice on recommending two lawyers too.
Your Honor, now come on. Come on, Your Honor. Don't get some digs in on me. What do you
All
mean?
right, go ahead.
Why didn't you inform the court, or did you ever inform the court that you were dissatisfied?
I had a letter prepared. I showed it to, I'm quite sure it was Joe Bruce, and he felt that it probably wouldn't help at this point in time because it was, I'm quite sure it was Joe, it might have been Hank, but they said that at this point it was the beginning to the middle of the trial.
What were the things that you were concerned about at the beginning and the middle of the trial?
Them not researching and
Them being, you have to say, the attorneys or the investigators.
my attorneys did not, in my opinion, give the investigators people that I wanted them to follow.
Okay.
Follow up on. Because, to be honest with you, and Mrs. Diallo's comment about, Mr. Bashara thought he was the smartest person in the room. Well, when it came to these things, I was the smartest person with the knowledge of different individuals.
Okay, and so with regard to some of these individuals, let's talk about them. Who you wanted Chief Hiller to be called as a witness, correct?
May I refer to some notes, please?
Take your time.
Okay. I didn't want Chief Hiller to be called. Absolutely.
And why did you want Chief Hiller to be called?
Well, contrary to Mr. Hiller's testimony yesterday, he had a huge grudge towards me. And it was very well known that...
well known by who?
By Dean Valenti,
okay, and let me stop.
My family,
okay.
and others that, and I think even police officers, that Chief Hiller did not like me.
Okay.
And it stemmed from several areas.
All right. And had Dean Valenti was another person you wanted to have called, is that correct? And he had some knowledge of your interaction with Chief Hiller?
He did, with City of Grosse Pointe Park and Chief Hiller.
All right. Now, just briefly, as a short synopsis, what types of grudges did he have against you?
Well, the biggest one was he was the detective in regards to the false claim about me having inappropriate contact with my niece.
And that was a 1995 incident?
93 or 94.
Okay. And at that point, you were never officially charged?
Absolutely not.
You passed a polygraph, correct?
2 times.
Okay. And that was completely dropped?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think he held a grudge throughout that. The other areas he was upset about is that I supported Dean Valenti for judge in the park against the sitting judge, Carl Jarbo. Sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, that's okay.
3 times I supported Dean. And Carl Jarbo was a good friend of mine.
Okay.
But I thought he'd been holding that seat for some time, and it was time for a change. So I supported Dean. The mayor, the city manager, and the chief did not like the fact that I supported him.
All right. You were pretty active in the community.
Very active.
All right. And
which, quite frankly, goes to another one of my main concerns, is my community service record.
Why is your community service record so important in this case?
This jury sat here and listened to Miss Lindsay and the prosecution hammer me and belittle me and blacken my eyes about being this sadist or this evil, dark person, when in fact many people that came up here said that I was a good guy, that I treated them fairly, that I told them to tell the truth, and yet the jury had a preconceived notion of me through the media. This media did everything in their power, as fed by the prosecution and law enforcement, to disparage and to corrupt my case prior to me even coming to trial.
All right, now, and that's where your character was at.
It's huge.
And
it's huge.
That's why you wanted to get more details into your background in the community, correct? I mean, there was a part of it, yes, you were part of the Rotary, correct?
Absolutely, for 26, 25 years.
All right. And
22 years perfect attendance.
And at least a portion of that was brought out at trial, correct?
Well, Mike Carmody talked a little bit about it, as did Kim Tower, but I really felt that there were some gaps there, that they could have brought a couple more people out. They could have brought the district governor, who asked me to be the assistant district governor in 2010. Now, there's 1,500 people in our district.
And you're talking about the Rotary District.
The Rotary District 6,400. I was one of 10 of 1,500 people chosen to be an assistant governor, which to me is a huge honor, which was the year after I was president.
Okay.
They could have brought Marcella Wilson.
And who's Marcella Wilson?
Marcella Wilson is the executive director of Matrix Human Services. And the $3 million challenge was directly affected her.
And then what is the $300 million? $3 million
challenge was my 2009 presidential project. Every president, Your Honor, has a project. And my project was to involve all the clubs in the district to gather 1 million pounds each of books, food, and clothing. And I did so, we did so, it took us a year and a half. The next president kept it going. But we helped, Marcella Wilson, in a letter to me, to Judge Morrow at my sentencing, said that Mr. Bashara's efforts directly helped over 10,000 poor in Detroit.
Okay, and
that was important.
It was important because your character became an issue in the case. Is that?
Let me tell you, the first week after my wife's death, Dean Valenti said they are going to try to make an island of you. They are going to disparage your character and come at you. They meaning law enforcement and or the prosecution.
Okay.
People that are sworn to tell the truth, to do, to seek justice, did absolutely the opposite in my opinion. And I can get into it if you'd like me to.
I would like to know why you thought that.
Well, I'll tell you a number of reasons. First of all, we have, and I don't know the number, the officers here could, Narduzzi could probably, Mr. Narduzzi could probably tell you how many officers Grosse Pointe Park has. Grosse Pointe Park, on the table there is the details of the investigation. It's an inch thick. And they could have very easily done this investigation, but within the first week, Miss Lindsay not only came in, but she took over. And she even admitted on her own testimony that Mr. Narduzzi...
She didn't testify now.
Well, in her examination. She did say that Mr. Narduzzi needed to put on his big girl panties and big boy panties, or whatever term she used, and get involved, or to step up. I believe that Lisa Lindsay took over this investigation, controlled every aspect of it, including as represented by today. You have two very qualified prosecutors. One is the lead prosecutor, I don't know which one, and here she is now taking over. And that's her prerogative, and I'm not going to question that. I'm simply pointing it out. That this article that came out in the paper about them having 2 false eyewitnesses, Your Honor, that was disparaging to me, and even my own sister said, Bob, that doesn't look good. I said, Laura, it's not true.
Well, let me ask a question.
Yes,
since
ma'am.
we're talking about not looking good. You made several interviews in the media yourself.
What? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Dateline, several requests for people to come forward. Do you think that you, and your lawyer, put your character in jeopardy by going to the public and making statements when you were a person of interest?
Your Honor, let me be absolutely...
Yes or no? Do you think that helped?
No, it did not.
But you did. But hold on.
I did it at the behest and at the direction of my attorney. Your Honor, I was in a state of... Let me explain.
Wait, no, hold on. So you're saying that the only reason that you did the Dateline interviews is because, and other interviews is because of your attorney, David Grimm?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the only reason.
He said to me, they're doing the interview with or without you. He said, this is an opportunity for you to show the good side, your home, your awards, which were documented and shown, but at the same time, the use of the lifestyle and talking about all those things disparaged me. And I did not want to do any of those interviews. And he told me it was the best thing for me to do. And quite frankly, my father was always my legal compass, if you will. Or if I had needed any advice, not just legal, but any advice, he was there for me. Well, he died 15 years prior to this. And I had really no one that I could turn to. I became...
Well, Dean Valenti, he is the lawyer.
Well, and you know what? He advised me not to do those things.
But you didn't listen to him.
Because he said, you got to trust your attorney. That's what he told me. He wasn't a criminal attorney. He said, trust your attorney. He goes, I wouldn't do as many of those as you're doing. And eventually I stopped. I told David Grimm no more.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I think I was talking about Marcella Wilson.
Yes. Tell me about Marcella Wilson.
Well, I think I did.
Okay, he did. He told us about that.
All right. So Dean Valenti would have known about your relationship with the Chief Hiller.
Absolutely. I think the question was what aspects, and he wanted to know what aspects of Grosse Pointe Park why Chief Hiller had this, and Grosse Pointe Park had this grudge, and I believe why they targeted me. All right, why they.
And that was what?
Suspect. And because of the investigation involving my niece, because of the supporting
the politics
Dean Valenti for judge, and I think the number one thing was that the mayor had come to me and said to me 5 years prior that, Bob, you're renting to too many blacks and Albanians in our community. I'd like you to stop that. Grosse Pointe Park purchased a 5-unit building of mine with federal TIFA money for $300,000 in 2000, I'm going to say 6 or 7, and I'm not clear on the date, so I could be wrong, and let that property sit vacant. They had a movement.
And why did they let it? Why did they let it sit? Why did they let it?
This is what I think that he's saying that they
Yes.
gave him a person of interest.
I know, but this is speculation on his part, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Go ahead, Ms. Ambrose.
Why was that important? Why do you think that was? They didn't want you renting to these people.
Because I rented to an individual, whether they were black, white, yellow. I tried to look at their character. I tried to look at references and rented to people. My rentals were not that expensive. The most was $700-800 a month. So these are low income, hardworking people.
And you're saying that the city personnel didn't want you to do that.
Okay, Grosse Pointe Park.
It was a question.
What was the question?
And you're saying that the city personnel didn't want you to do that.
Absolutely not. From the mayor to the city manager to the police chief, they were all working against me. The city manager sicked the building inspector on me from 2008 to 2010.
And with regard to like violations of certain properties. Now you had mentioned to me Diane Vanderberg.
Diane Vandenboom and Diane Lewis.
And who are those individuals?
Those are two ladies at the City of Grosse Pointe Park Building Department.
And had you asked your attorneys about calling these people?
I did.
And
they did not.
Okay. And
you believe that they would have supported your theory that the Grosse Pointe Park bureaucracy was out to get you?
Yes, I do. Okay. I think that they would have been pressured to do that. Diane Vandenboom did retire, so she may have been more agreeable. Diane Lewis may still be there.
Okay.
But they would have supported. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, we talked a little bit about David Grimm.
We didn't talk a little bit. We talked a lot.
Okay.
I'd rather forget them, quite frankly.
Okay.
And there was an issue about lie detector test.
Yes.
And you wanted maybe, and this relates to the venue issue, did you want to change a venue?
Oh, absolutely I did.
Okay.
Did I want to change a venue?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Did you talk about that with
my attorneys that there's no way I could get a fair trial in southeastern Michigan.
And why did you think that?
Well, simply because of the brood of vipers that we call the media, all right? And I hate to address you gentlemen and ladies like that, but quite frankly, all they have done is regurgitated what the police and prosecution have fed them.
All right, now, one of the things about the change of venue, was it out in public that you had failed?
Chief Hiller put it out within the same hour almost that I took the test on that Friday the 27th.
And
let me see.
And he put out there that you failed the lie detector test, correct?
He did.
All right, now you were.
And then I was a person of interest.
Okay, and that's within a couple of days of Jane Bashara's body being found.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And here's the thing.
And what was your state of mind during this period of time?
I was a mess.
Okay.
I was. In fact, Kim Tower said that I was in a fog, which is absolutely true. My only and main concern at that point were my children. All right. I felt terrible for Jane's family.
And when was this?
on the 25th, 6th, 7th, 8th of January 2012. This is within a week to 2 weeks after the murder. I was absolutely in a state of shock. I made decisions I shouldn't have made. I fully and absolutely cooperated with law enforcement. I came in when they asked me to. I gave a DNA sample. I should never have, and I was advised by Dean not to do the lie detector without taking an attorney. And I thought by taking an attorney, it would make me look guilty. That if I showed up in good faith to fully cooperate and do as they asked, that I would show them that I had absolutely nothing to do with my wife's murder.
Now, I'm going to ask this because I know Ms. Lindsay probably will, but when you say that you fully cooperated, that's not 100% true now, is it, Mr. Bashara?
I believe...
Well, no, I mean, with regard to people outside of your marriage that you were involved with.
No, I was not honest with that.
Okay. Now, didn't you think that was... I mean, when they ask you a question about that, I mean, that's not fully cooperating if you don't tell them the truth there, is it?
When they first told me...
Stop saying
I'm sorry. When Detective Locke and Detective Olson from Detroit DPW came to my house and told me about my Jane's death, that they found her in her car and she was dead. I screamed out, they killed my Jane. I started crying and I was upset. Their testimony was I showed no emotion, which absolutely affected, I think, this jury. It was proven that I did by two people.
Hey, Mr. Bashara, I asked you the question, and we got to be focused because, you know, when I asked the question about, I appreciate. It is very important because the whole world wants to, or Southeast Michigan wants to know why weren't you truthful in your conversations with the police about having these extramarital relationships.
And I'll tell you because
please.
They said, I'm sorry, the police asked me, were you having an affair?
Okay.
That was, I'm quite sure, again, my mind was a mush, and I said no. And the reason is because in my mind it wasn't an affair.
You understand that a good portion of society may not understand that.
I don't know about the good portion, so I know what I thought.
Okay.
What was in my mind. So
wait. Okay. It was an improper question.
Okay. In your mind, it wasn't an affair.
No, it was not, and that's why.
Well, what was it? A situation?
No, it was a polymorous relationship.
Okay.
And what exactly is a polymorous relationship?
That's where you have relationships with more than one individual. I had what I considered a very sincere understanding with Jane. She did not say, what are you doing, and I want you to go out and you know, a lot of, no, let me back up. She did not say, I want you to go out and have, you know, go out and find sex or go get hookers or do anything like that. Absolutely not. She said, do what you need to do to take care of yourself, and gave me the leeway and the freedom to do that. I never, at one point, deflected from my love and my concern for her. So I want to make that clear. When I talked to the police, to answer your question, I tried to be as truthful as I could. I did not want to involve Rachel Gillette, who I felt was an innocent bystander of this tragedy, as quite frankly was I, all right? And I didn't want to bring her into the mix. I told her.
No, wait. Now, you're saying that this was not an affair. Is that correct? You and Rachel Gillette was not an affair, right?
I didn't consider it an affair.
Excuse me?
No.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You brought Rachel Gillette into your marital bed and had sex with her. That's what she testified. Do you remember that?
I do.
You helped
one time.
One time.
Okay.
You helped her to pay for her son or her child's wedding.
Her daughter.
Her daughter's wedding.
Yes.
You were photographed at the wedding and providing, I want to say, was a $7,000 support?
I allowed her to, no, I did not give her $7,000. I paid her for work she did and gave her the opportunity to earn the money.
Excuse me?
Well, I want to make it clear.
Of course. The ring that was an heirloom you gave to her from your family?
Yes.
Your father
It was given to me.
Right. But we're talking about, this was not an affair, right?
I didn't consider it to be an affair. No.
What more would you have to do to make it an affair?
Ma'am.
No, judge. Okay?
Excuse me, Judge, Your Honor.
Okay. Now go ahead.
I'm sorry.
All right.
All right.
What would you define
The
an affair?
absolute basis of that relationship was as a master-slave.
Okay.
And every time that we went anywhere, that was always things were brought for us to interact in that regard.
But that may have been so the titles that were given, like honey or love, but you were having, what do you define an affair? You were having a relationship outside your marriage. And when asked about it, you said you weren't. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And that's just the point that I wanted to make. I mean, because it was going to be brought out by the prosecution, and your testimony is you didn't actually consider it as being, it wasn't was it considered a sexual relationship or not?
I didn't consider it that, no. I considered it a master-slave relationship in the lifestyle.
But you did have sex with her.
We engaged in physical contact, yes, ma'am. But at the time that I gave the statements to the police, I also said to Rachel, fully cooperate. All right, I didn't, and by the way, for the record, I did not tell her to erase the profile. She did that on her own. And she testified to that in the preliminary exam, and then it testified to something different at trial. And I asked my attorneys to ask her that, and they did not ask her that.
About erasing the profile?
About erasing the profile.
Because she had said that at the preliminary exam, and then she contradicted herself at trial. Okay.
Absolutely, she did. She wanted to save her blogs, and she said, don't erase it, let me do it, I want to save some things on it. And I said, it's up to you, do what you want. I told her to fully cooperate. Within a week, she offered to give me back those 2 pieces of jewelry. And I told her, no, you keep them. They were my gifts to you. You keep them.
All right. I want to talk about your discussions with the attorneys for changing venue.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that why you wanted that was because it was out in the public that you had failed a lie detector test. Is that accurate? Okay. And when you were sitting, well, and what kind of conversations did you have with your attorneys regarding change of venue?
You're talking about with Mr. Grimm?
No.
You're talking about Diallo and McCarthy.
Diallo and McCarthy.
Okay.
Yeah, what kind of conversations did you have?
I was shut down pretty much right away.
Shut down in what sense?
They told me, no, we're not doing it. The judge will not grant change of venue. They didn't even motion it. They assumed that you would not accept it, and I absolutely listened and discussed when Ms. Diallo, no disrespect to you, Your Honor, said that Bob Bashara wanted to be in Wayne County in Judge Evans' courtroom. I didn't know you from Adam. We could have walked by each other in the street, and I wouldn't know who you were. And so I had no desire to be in Wayne County or southeastern Michigan. I expressed that, and I was shut down. Several times I was shut down saying, the judge won't allow it, we're not even going there.
And the reason why you wanted out of this area was what?
Because of the pollution and the poisoning of the people of the region by law enforcement and through the media.
Now, you sat through the jury selection process, correct?
Pardon me?
You sat through the jury selection process, correct?
I did.
Now, were you given an advance review of any of the jury questionnaires?
No, I did not. I did not see any of them. I was able to read
Objection,
a
Your Honor, as to relevance, what he has as far as whether he had advance, they hired a jury consulting company.
I'll allow a limited.
All right. I was shown while you were doing voir dire, and And I turned around and I asked Mr. McCarthy who that gentleman was behind me, and he said he's our jury consultant. And it was amazing to me, and now I'm even more amazed that we had a jury consultant, as Ms. Lindsay just pointed out, that was assigned, and that this voir dire and jury selection process was allowed to happen in light of those questionnaires.
Okay, now, what your concern about the questionnaires was what?
The purpose of the questionnaires was to weed out any bias prior to voir dire.
Okay, and
that
when you
wasn't done.
Okay, so did anybody that you're aware of express a bias in your favor?
I don't think there was any.
Okay, and how about against you?
A good portion, probably 60% of those, most of them were asked by the judge through her process, said they'd already formed an opinion and it was against the defendant.
Okay.
And the judge even in amazement said, you haven't heard a lick of evidence, how can you form an opinion because of what I heard in the media? So, and if I may, Your Honor,
Of course.
my thought on hindsight would have been to keep everyone out in the hall, bring them in one at a time, question them. If they pass, put them in the jury room, and just keep doing that until you have a jury room full. Then you bring them out for their peremptory challenges, do the peremptory challenges, and let those dismissed leave, and the other ones go back in and start again.
Now, the reason why...
And you came up with that idea yourself. You think that would have been the best way to do it?
I think that would have been much... you had 50 members of that pool that sat there and listened to the other members say, I think he's guilty, I think he's guilty, I think he's guilty, time and again. I think that absolutely prejudiced this jury. Okay. And I asked Mr. McCarthy and Ms. Diallo to see the questionnaires of the jurors that were selected, and they did not provide those to me.
Okay.
I still don't have them. I still would like to see them. Do you have the questionnaires, Mr. Ambrose?
I had sent a letter. Did you receive a letter from me addressed?
We're not going to do this. You don't
Okay.
give out your correspondence in a section. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry.
The bottom line is you've never seen those questionnaires.
I have not looked at a questionnaire other than what I did at the table for a brief moment.
Okay. Now, another area of your concern about the attorneys and their ineffectiveness, was part of it the investigation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
A lot of it was.
Did you think they had enough time to investigate the case?
Based on all the evidence that was allegedly out there, and I didn't see all the evidence. I wanted to see as much as I could.
My question was, did you think that they were given enough time, that they had enough time?
I don't
Okay.
think that they were given enough time, and I definitely don't think they, the attorneys, and I don't think the investigators were given nearly enough time, as they said. And on top of that, I know those investigators didn't investigate leads that I suggested to them, that they only investigated what the attorneys of record told them to, which wasn't half of what I recommended.
Do you recall when...
Wait a minute now, you indicated that you thought that there was a difference in what you wanted the investigators to do and what they actually did. Is that correct?
There were people, I have a list of people here, in fact I read several of them, and I can continue, of people that I felt should have been called that weren't, or should have been talked to that weren't.
Okay, very good. Now, second of all, you indicated that the investigators basically said that they were only going to investigate the people that the attorney said to look at, not the people you wanted.
Well, I gave them a number of names.
Is that what they told you? Did they say that, or did you just come up with that?
They didn't say that until yesterday in their Hank in his testimony.
So
and
when
Joe.
you asked them, and when they came to visit you to interview someone, did they ever indicate to you that, well, I don't have the time or the resources to do it, I have to just interview the people that the lawyer said?
And to answer that question, Joe Bruce said he was going to come see me once a week. He came twice and stopped coming because he was stopped doing his job because he wasn't being paid, unbeknownst to me.
Oh, okay.
He didn't come to me and say, I'm not being paid, I'm not coming around. I didn't find that out till after the trial.
But the lawyer still came and visited you weekly, is that correct?
Not at the end, Mrs. Diallo.
No, not at the end. I ain't talking about the end. I'm talking about from the very inception, from March until forward. Did they come visit you
Yes, they did.
every week?
No, not every week.
At least,
Several weeks would go by sometimes. At one point, 3 weeks went by, I didn't hear from them.
but you would see them monthly.
I was seeing them monthly.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
When did the, you mentioned about Miss D.
Oh, well, let me ask this. How many times you talked to them on the phone?
My attorneys
Yeah.
on the phone?
Yeah, like make collect calls?
No, I didn't talk to them, I don't think, at all on the phone.
Okay, great.
Not one, to my recollection, not one time.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Yes, I did talk to Mr. McCarthy. I called him January 8th, and I asked
2000 what?
2015.
Okay, no, we're talking about during the representation.
No, well, he's still representing me at that point. I hadn't been sentenced. And I asked him to help me with those motions. And he said, absolutely, I'm not helping you. I have no interest in helping you.
But prior to that, your testimony is you never talked to your attorneys on the phone.
I do not recall ever talking to them on the phone, yes.
Okay, very good.
At least
And that being Lillian Diallo and Michael McCarthy.
To the best of my recollection, that's correct. I did not talk to them on the phone.
Okay, go ahead.
now, at some point, Miss Diallo stops visiting with you. Is that accurate?
She did.
And when was that?
Probably 3/4 of the way through the trial.
Okay.
Which would have been when?
Probably trial ended in December. I'm going to say the middle to the end of middle of November. She stopped seeing me.
Okay.
And I have
Now, you wanted to communicate certain things to her, right?
absolutely.
And what types of things would you want to
Well,
communicate?
I wanted, there was a number of questions I had for witnesses. This is a big part of this dissatisfaction. Is I asked them. I sat right there. I asked both of my attorneys a number of times to ask. I actually prepared a list for each witness that was going to be called on questions I felt they should ask. When they didn't ask those questions, I pointed it out to them. I said, you didn't ask this and you didn't ask that. And they said to me repeatedly that we're not going to ask questions that you feel you need answered if we don't know what the answers are ahead of time. And that floored me. It's like, well, how are you going to know the answers to something? You can't know what someone's going to say unless you're in their head. They wanted to be certain that the answers weren't going to hurt me. Well, I want the truth to come out. Good, bad, or indifferent. I want the truth to be told.
All right, and
it wasn't.
And one of the things that you had mentioned is the attorneys told you that they didn't have the answers prior to.
They didn't have what?
They didn't have the answers to the questions that you wanted.
That's correct.
And do you think that's because of the lack of investigation?
It could have been.
Okay, that
I would think so, yes.
that maybe Mr. Glaspie and Mr. Bruce hadn't had enough time to interview all these witnesses that were on the stand?
Or find out what we needed to find out, yes.
Okay. That list of who else, and got to be brief, Mr. Bashara, okay?
Yes.
You have a list of people that you wanted called at your trial. Who else is on that
Kelly
list?
Roddy Fisher.
And who is Kelly Roddy Fisher?
I'll tell you, I'll name the person and then tell you real quickly who they are. She was the manager of Eagle Point, where Joe Gens lived, and was the one evicting him. That would have been very key to be presented. Carrie Lewis, a member of our church for many years, worked with Jane and I on QuickBooks.
And she would have been able to support your character and your relationship with Jane.
Yeah, we loved each other very much. She was my treasurer. That Jane and I, when we chaired the auction in December of 2011, she was my treasurer.
Who else is on the list?
Armanda Armstrong, the one that I attended of mine, who I told to fully cooperate, that I put power in the name for a while. Dennis Gens.
And who is Dennis Gens? Is Joseph Gens' brother?
That's correct.
And why was he important for the trial?
Well, I felt he knew about his brother's situation.
And what was
information he knew that would be helpful to us.
And his what type of information was Dennis Gentz going to give the jury?
Well, I don't know, because we didn't talk to him.
Okay.
I read his statement, and the statement said that his brother had issues, and there was concern, and I think he knew a little more about Steve Vergona than was brought out.
Who else is on the list?
Liz Stone.
And who is Liz Stone?
Liz Stone is very, very key, and I think this was an absolute faux pas by my attorneys. She was the one that saw me at 6:26 or 6:30 come back to the Hard Luck Lounge from my house. Okay? It's the, and if I may refer to a document, this document's already in record.
Your Honor, this has to be done, anything witnesses would have said had to be done by way of affidavit. He just can't come in and read from witness statements. The court indicated on the last hearing before we started taking testimony that Mr. Ambrose was supposed to come in with affidavits. He came in with not a single affidavit.
Let's see, now, what is this for now?
He's talking about what people would have said when they testified.
Okay, very good. You can't do that now. Let's move on, sustain.
But this is a person that, it's Liz Stone that you wanted to call.
I wanted Liz Stone to be called, yes.
Okay. Who else that you wanted called?
Okay, let me go back to my list here. Patty Matthews. Patty Matthews, they submitted her against my wishes. They what's the term when you bring in someone's testimony?
Read it into the record?
They brought it into the record without her coming in and being cross-examined. And I felt it was important because there were some absolute lies in that testimony that would have, I think, made a big difference.
And just give me a
account to that. She said that
Your Honor, I'm going to say what she said.
in her statement.
You can't say that. You can't do that, sustain.
I don't want to know in her no, Mr. Bashara, I'm asking you a question. I don't want to know what's in her statement. I want to know what the truth is and why you think that area was not covered.
Patty Matthews was very important because of her relationship with Jane and I, showed that we loved each other, went to Hawaii with us, did a number of things with us.
Okay, so that would have supported your relationship with Jane.
Absolutely, there was no marital discourse.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, who else is on that?
Stuart Friedman was the attorney that we hired to represent me in the SEFRA hearing. And he specifically advised me that Miss Lindsay's involvement in that SEFRA
That's not appropriate. Can't say that. Go
okay.
ahead.
Can I show you a letter that he...
No, you can't. It's procedurally how.
All right, I'm sorry. The neighbor of Joe Gentz, I thought he was important.
And why is that neighbor important?
Because he would clearly show, contrary to the prosecution's contention, that Joe Gentz was this mild-mannered simpleton who was taken advantage of by me. In actuality, he was a very violent, a very angry man who had no control over his emotions and had a condition called sudden outbursts of violent behavior.
And that neighbor was Jeffrey Bush?
I'm not sure of his name because they never investigated him.
Well, they didn't.
How do you know that all of this about the neighbor if you don't know his name?
Pardon me?
If you don't know the neighbor's name, how do you know this is what he was going to say?
Because I read the testimony from how did I know that? Let me think.
Want to take a lunch break?
No, I want to.
Because I got a docket to do. Listen, I got to take a lunch break. Let's come back at 1:30. I've got some people waiting outside. How much farther more, Mr. Ambrose, just to get an idea?
Maybe another 15, 20 minutes.
Oh, that's it? You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, very
Yes.
good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I got one side. Be up soon? Probably. You guys eating? Or probably center office. All right. I'll get there.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1:30.
I'm gonna go back away.
Ready? Sorry, you ready? Oh, ready on. Can you talk to him?
I talked to him, he's downstairs.
Okay, oh, I got to go. Okay.
I mean, you might as well. You basically know it's You want to do my trial Monday too? Sure. Hey, Will, you got it?
to investigate Joe Gens and a number of areas. Initially, early on, when I had Mr. Grimm as my attorney.
Okay, what was he going to be able to?
He was
Your Honor, I'm going to object, because all this should have been, or could have been done by way, I think, for these hearings, by way of affidavit. He can't not meet the legal requirements of submitting an affidavit by putting his client on the stand. All he basically can say is, I want to be called.
You wanted J.D. Gifford to be called?
I did.
Okay, and you thought he had some pertinent information as an investigator in your case?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then there was a person by the name of J.J. McKee.
Right.
Now, there was some sort of investigation into J.J. McKee. You understand that?
I do.
And J.J. McKee is who?
To my knowledge, based on the testimony, he was a friend of Joe Gens's and was with Joe Gens drinking at my dad's bar that evening.
That evening of the murder?
That's correct, on the 24th of January 2012.
And that is why you wanted him as a witness?
And the fact that he was uncooperative with police.
Okay.
Absolutely, and I've asked us to try to locate him, and I don't know if we ever did.
All right, and you know that Joseph Bruce is an investigator as well as Hank Gillespie?
Yes.
And they had testified previously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was the medical examiner in the case had testified, correct?
Yes.
You wanted to get into, did you want a second opinion as to?
I did. I asked my attorneys that I think we need a second opinion on his testimony because I didn't think it was consistent with the injuries that my wife had sustained.
Okay, and you thought the medical examiner that testified, how did you
Your Honor, I'm going to object because this is total speculation on his part.
I agree.
Okay, but in any event, you wanted a second opinion as to the...
That's correct.
And the length of time that this occurrence happened in the garage.
Pardon me?
The length of time that this occurrence happened in the garage.
Objection, Your Honor, that's a not... I don't even understand the question.
I'm trying... I don't know what the... Okay. Chelsea Holt.
Yes.
And she was another person that you wanted to have called.
Absolutely.
And who was Chelsea Holt?
She was an employee of my dad's bar, and that's where Joseph Gens hung out with this McKee and maybe Steve Vergona as well, because Steve was a drinking buddy with him as well.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point because this is all speculation on his part. He didn't submit a single affidavit, and just for the record, there was a stipulation entered into Chelsea Holt's testimony that we put on the record, and if counsel doesn't know, he should have asked his investigators. They brought Chelsea Holt to the courtroom. She was interviewed by Miss Diallo and myself, and after that, Miss Diallo decided that it would be better to put a stipulation in as to her testimony.
Would you have preferred live testimony, Mr. Bashara?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. You wanted certain motions to be filed by your trial attorneys, correct?
I did.
All right. One is, well, what are those? We talked about venue.
Change of venue was one. Exclusion of the media. So we would stop the flow of information to witnesses that were viewing this trial prior to them coming to the stand.
Okay. What was another?
A perfect example is my mother, who said she watched live streaming testimony and the trial going on. And yet Mr. Muscat testified right before the judge saying this trial wasn't live streamed.
Okay. What's another area?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Muscat is not a witness. He didn't testify.
Let the record reflect. He didn't testify.
He didn't testify, but he made a statement to this court saying that the trial was not live streamed. And absolutely falsely made
Well,
that
we don't
statement.
know that, and I'm gonna disregard that because I don't wanna call in credibility your mother, because that is your mother, but there's no evidence independent of that. Let's move on from that area, please.
With regard to the gun that was at issue in this case. Gun.
Gun.
Yes.
Okay, what type of motion did you want regarding the gun?
Well, the judge ruled that nothing to do with Joe Gentz could come into the trial. Not him, not his statements, not the document 680 text messages. Nothing could come in, and yet the prosecution presented two videos that an interview said to was said that a gun was held to that I held a gun to his head, or I don't recall what the interviewer said, but it had to do with the use of a gun in this case. If I'm not mistaken, it was my interview, and they said, and I'm trying to I want to get this right, so let me think on this. There were two interviews that were done that said, Joe Gentz said you held a gun to his head, or a gun was held to his head to commit this crime. And I felt that it absolutely should not have been put into evidence. Because now you have this being said, and then they're flashing a gun on the screen. And yet, in the statements of Joe Gentz, he says it was an automatic.
And what kind of gun had you possessed at any time?
Pardon me?
What type of gun had you ever possessed?
Okay, it wasn't my gun. It was my grandfather's gun.
You had possession of it.
It was an old antique .32.
Okay. Different than an automatic.
Absolutely.
Okay. What other motion?
Let me refer to my notes here real quickly. Second investment, we already talked about the ME. Yep. I'm quite sure that was it. I don't think there was change of venue. I don't think there was another one.
Okay. Now, there was did you have an accountant?
I did.
Okay.
I had Desmond and Creighton. Jim Creighton was a longtime friend of Jane and I.
And you wanted to have either the accountant brought in?
I did want the accountant to be brought in.
And what was the accountant supposed to be?
Your Honor, I'm going to object once again. This was supposed to be done by way of affidavit. When he filed.
You wanted the accountant to be brought in?
I did, and they did not bother to call him or investigate him at all.
Okay.
I gave them specific information on what I wanted from him.
There was the prosecution's theory was a financial motive, and that's why you wanted the accountant brought in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The other thing that I provided to my defense team that they never presented was a history of my financial records, which were contrary to what the prosecution presented. They said in 2011 I made only 18 and some $18,000 to change, which is absolutely false. I had between $65,000 and $70,000 of equity payments on my rental property, which is absolutely income for Jane and I.
Okay.
It's a reduction of principal on our mortgages.
Okay. Am I missing anything else, Mr. Bashara? I think that's it for right now. Ms. Lindsay, we'll have some questions of you. Okay?
Well, I had one thing I would like to say. Is
Your Honor,
that
I'm going
What
to
it-
object.
Step down. Let him have a 5-minute conference. Step down.
Thank you.
You're still under oath. Please retake the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just two brief areas, Your Honor. All right. You wanted the investigators to go to Oaks Correctional Facility?
I did.
And why is that?
I thought it was very important for them to go for several reasons, and they did not. One was to get the timeline of Larry Ellington's trips to the command center to talk to Investor Schriedner. Two was to track the logging in of Miss Lindsay and the prosecution coming there, because they came to Oaks, and within a day, I went from level 2 to level 4. And the day after Miss Lindsay left, I was taken to segregation, and I was thrown in the hole.
And Larry Ellington is who?
Larry Ellington was one of the witnesses in this case. He was my bunkie and testified absolutely falsely.
Okay.
It was very important because at that time I was in the process of selling my house. And I contend very directly that Miss Lindsay and this prosecution handicapped me by having me thrown in segregation, in solitary confinement, so I couldn't communicate with my power of attorney, Rick Falsinelli, in the process of selling my house. I may have gotten more money from my house, which would have afforded me an attorney, so I wouldn't have had to have a court-appointed attorney. So they made the trip up there, spending, they had unlimited resources.
Okay. Resources that you did not have.
Pardon?
Resources that you did not have.
Absolutely.
All right. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you take an oath here to tell the truth, is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And you believe that you have testified under oath?
Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
You believe, under the best of your ability, you have testified truthfully under oath?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And you indicated that you said when the judge asked you about whether you wanted to testify or not, you said, on the advice of my attorneys, I'm not going to testify. Is that what you said?
That's my recollection that I was.
Okay, well, let's hand you the transcript to see if your recollection of the facts comport with the facts, okay?
Okay.
Let me know when you finish reviewing. Just read it to yourself silently.
Let me know when you're finished, sir.
This is correct.
Okay.
And
Sir, there's no question on the floor. I'm getting ready to ask you a question, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you indicated also when you testified that you wanted to tell the truth, the good, bad, and the indifferent. Is that correct?
I didn't hear you.
You indicated earlier when you testified today that you wanted to tell the truth, or you wanted the truth to come out, the good, bad, or the indifferent. Didn't you say that?
If you say I did, I don't recall saying good, bad, or indifferent, but if I did say that, yes, okay.
Okay. And you also submitted an affidavit to support this motion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
well, in regards to which?
I need you to speak in that microphone. Sit back.
In regards
Yes.
to which?
You submitted an affidavit in support of your motion for new trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that affidavit, you indicated your willingness to be examined and cross-examined about the facts of the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated earlier that all your life you have been a dominant person, correct?
Type A personality, that's correct.
And didn't you use the word dominant when you testified on direct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, under oath, the judge swore you to tell the truth when she was asking you about whether you want to take the stand or not. Is that correct?
You're talking about what I have in front of me?
Yes. Okay. So you did, in fact, once again take an oath to tell the truth, correct?
I did.
And you wanted to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
And the judge asked you point blank, do you want to take the stand? Your answer was, no, Your Honor, I do not. I choose not to testify. Were those your words, correct?
Based on...
Sir, I'm asking you, what are the words on that page? Can you read the words on that page?
Yes, I can.
Read the sentence as it is printed on that page.
It's exactly what you just said.
Thank you. There's nothing else for you to answer then. And because you've been a dominant person all your life, no one can make you do what you don't want to do, correct?
I wouldn't say that. No, that's untrue.
But you did what you wanted to do in that instance, correct?
In that instance, no. I took the advice of my attorneys.
So you're saying you didn't, so you're saying when you told the judge, I choose not to take the stand, you lied.
No, I did not. Let me then
No,
Sir.
listen, let me explain this to you. Hold on. This is cross-examination. They will be by yes or no questions, or you have no recall. But they're not in an opportunity for you to fully expound like you did on direct. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Now, you also took an oath to tell the truth when you pled guilty to the solicitation to kill Joseph Gens. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you pled guilty, correct?
Correct.
And you did, in fact, plead guilty to that, correct?
I did.
Because you were, in fact, guilty of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your plea, you said words to the effect that I foolishly and regrettably offered Steve Tabato money to have a hit, to hire somebody to kill Joe Gens. You remember that?
Those were words given to me by Mr. Krieger. Yes, I remember that.
Okay. So now, let me back up here a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So you are blaming Mr. Krieger for those words. Is that correct?
Those were his words that he told me to say.
Okay, sir, once again, so you are blaming Mr. Krieger, your attorney, for those words, correct?
I'm not blaming him. I'm saying
I
that...
think that that's inappropriate, but he's the one that suggested those words.
That's
Okay,
correct.
so just like your attorney suggested that you not testify, your attorney in your solicitation case suggested that you use those words. Is that correct?
He told me that...
Is that correct? That's a yes or no.
I'm sorry. Yes, he did tell me that.
Thank you. Now, in fact, you actually paid Steve Tabato money. Is that correct?
Pardon me?
You actually paid Steve Tabato money. Is that correct?
I paid him $2,000.
So the answer to that question was a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So when you said I offered him money, that was minimizing what you actually did. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say I minimized
Okay.
it.
Was it the full truth?
Yes.
No. You said in your plea, I offered him money.
Correct.
But you paid him money. Is that correct?
Offering and paying, I think, in that instance is the same thing.
Okay, so it was the same thing. But at any rate, you paid him money in order to complete a criminal act, correct?
Yes.
And when you did that,
Mm-hmm.
you were not acting under a sudden impulse. Is that correct?
Pardon me?
When you did that, you were not acting under a sudden impulse, correct?
I wouldn't say that's correct, no.
So you're saying you were acting under a sudden impulse.
It's either one or the other. You were or you weren't.
Your Honor, it was a little of both. I did not want to go through with that, but I did, and that was my sudden impulse, I guess, to do it. I really didn't want to do that.
Okay,
very good.
fine,
So,
okay.
Partial sudden impulse.
Partial sudden impulse, if that's what you're going with. You were sober when you did that, correct?
I was sober, yes.
You weren't under the influence of any narcotics, is that correct?
I was not.
So you could weigh the pros and cons of your course of conduct, right?
That's correct.
And you thought about it beforehand, correct?
Yes.
So you premeditated it, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, the end goal of the solicitation was the killing of another human being, is that correct?
That's what he suggested to me, yes.
So the end goal, no matter who suggested it, was the killing of another human being, correct?
Yes.
And you were down with that, correct?
Yes.
Now,
The man who murdered my wife.
Okay, well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
We got all day.
We'll get to that. Now, you wanted this murder of Joseph Gent done in a way that it would not be attributable to you, correct?
That would not what?
Be attributable to you. You wanted it done in a way so it could not be traced back to you. Is that correct?
I don't think I discussed that with him. No.
Well, you were going to pay him money, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You weren't going to be on the scene when it happened, correct?
No.
Somebody else was going to do the dirty work, correct?
I have no idea. It was his idea.
I understand that. But you understood in the grand scheme of things, somebody was going to have to kill him if you wanted it done, right?
Right.
And to be truthful, you did not want it traced back to you, correct?
No.
And that thought process of not having it traced back to you was also premeditated, correct?
Excuse me. Could you repeat the question, please?
The thought process of not having it traced back to you was also premeditated, correct?
Not by me, by him.
But you were aiding and abetting him in that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your aiding and abetting of him was deliberate, correct?
It was his suggestion, yes.
You're aiding and so the answer to that question was yes, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You weighed
Yes or no?
Yes.
So you weighed in the pros and cons of going forward or pulling out, correct?
I did weigh it, yes.
Okay. And you weighed the pros and cons and you decided, yep, I'm going to go for it, or have him go for it for me, correct?
Yes.
So you knew you were assisting in a murder, correct?
Yes.
And you knew you could assist in a murder without you physically being present, correct?
I assume so. I didn't know. Yes.
Okay.
That was
And
whatever his plan was.
Okay. Whatever his plan was, you were down for it as long as it accomplished the goal, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to be done in a way that would give you some type of plausible deniability, correct?
I don't think that was ever discussed.
But common sense, you didn't want to be caught, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you entered into the agreement to have it done, correct?
I entered into the agreement?
To have it done. You agreed it should be done by paying the money, correct?
I didn't know what he was doing. I paid him $2,000, not the $3,000 he wanted.
Stay with me here, sir.
Yeah.
You entered into agreement that no matter what his method was to get it done, that he get it done, correct?
You know, that's not 100% true, no.
Okay.
Because at the end, I backed out. And I did. At the end, I paid him $2,000, not $3,000. When he handed me the receipt,
when you handed him $2,000, did you say, don't do it? Sir, did you say don't do it?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you say that it was part sudden impulse and not part sudden impulse, this whole solicitation to kill Joseph Gent took part over a series of days, correct?
A series of days? I don't know how long it would take him to do what he wanted to do.
No, sir. I'm talking about the point in time when you, excuse me, let me back up a little bit. From the point in time you started talking to Mr. Tabatato about the killing of Mr. Gent, there were several days had elapsed. Is that correct?
The time that he brought up the killing of Joseph.
Sir, did several days elapse or not? I'm not asking who brought it up.
Yes, several days did elapse.
Calm down now.
Can I object, Your Honor?
Yes.
Because I don't know what relevance any of this is to.
He indicated that he got on the stand. Nobody forced him to get on the stand. He said, I didn't have anything to do whatsoever with the planning, whatever, and the conspiracy and all that. It goes to that.
A little loud too, but don't scream at him.
Yes, Your Honor. But, Judge, can you instruct him to answer my questions?
You've got to answer the questions. You're going to get an opportunity to fully expound on the questions asked by Ms. Lindsay with Mr. Ambrose, Okay?
Okay?
All right, go ahead.
This process of you paying Mr. Tabata money to kill Joe Gentz took place over a series of days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about the 6/19. You had a phone call with him on 6/18, correct?
I'm sorry, what day, what year, what are we talking about?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, let's talk about specifically 6/19/2012, when you had contact with Mr. Tabata. Can you go back in your mind to that?
Yes.
You were concerned about Mr. Tabata wearing a wire, is that correct?
Yes.
And you even patted him down, is that correct?
I think I did, yes.
So the thought that he may be betraying you was in your mind, is that correct?
I was in a...
Sir, was that in your mind?
Yes,
Okay,
it was.
thank
yes.
you. And notwithstanding that thought being in your mind, it did not deter you from what you wanted to do, is that correct?
No.
Because in your mind, this was something that you wanted to do, is that correct? Or have done?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the 6/19, you talked to Mr. Tabata a little bit about Joe Gentz, is that correct?
I don't recall the conversations, no.
Do you recall saying he's an idiot?
I may have, yes.
Okay. And do you recall you saying, you think I'm going to hire him to kill my wife in my garage when I'm in town? You recall those words you said?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's a situation where you're telling Mr. Tabata that I wouldn't do it when I was in town, correct?
No, I don't think that's true at all.
Okay. But at least that's what you said.
I think you're taking it out of context.
Sir, I'm
It's what I
asking.
said, if it-
Thank you. That is what you said. And you would not be around physically when the murder of Joseph Gentz took place. Is that correct?
I didn't know because I didn't know what he was doing. And
You wouldn't have been in Dickerson Center when he was killed, would you?
pardon me?
You wouldn't have been in Dickerson when he was killed, would you?
It wouldn't be in where?
Dickerson facility.
Oh, no.
Okay, so you wouldn't physically be in Dickerson when Joe Gentz was killed, correct?
Yes.
So you would not be physically there when the act happened, correct?
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
But you realize from your own plotting and planning that you don't have to be physically correct to be responsible for somebody's death, correct?
If someone else did it, I guess no, I wouldn't.
Okay. Now, you indicated a little bit earlier that you wanted to have Mr. Gentz killed because he killed your wife, correct?
That is absolutely true.
Okay, and you wanted to avenge her death, is that correct?
That what?
You wanted to avenge her
Keep
death.
your voice up.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Yes.
You wanted to avenge her death, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But when you were speaking to Mr. Tabata on the 19th, you talked about Joe cutting a deal, is that correct?
I think that was one of the discussions.
Okay, thank you. And do you recall, for counsel, page 19 of the transcript of, page 14 of the transcript of the 19th? Mr. Tabata, you can get anybody anywhere. You should know that by now. You. Hey, Mr. Tabata. Gentz, Mr.
Just listen.
I'm trying to.
Okay, I'll give
Interrupted her.
him the transcript.
I'm trying to.
Wait, just wait. You and her talking too much at the same time. Okay, let's give him a copy of the transcript.
I will, Your Honor.
Do you have a copy? Let's take a recess. Let's take a 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay? We're going to get you a copy of all these documents. Get him a copy of everything you're going to use. And you need to speak in that microphone, Miss Lindsay.
Yes,
because
Your Honor.
Your voice is trailing down. As a matter of fact, let's take a 15-minute recess. Where's the recess? 15 minutes.
Sorry, we were worried about the pencil in his ear.
I didn't print them.
She set them up for the book.
14 on.
We know the other guy left the scene because of his. Yes. It was no. They had already been knocked. So I knew the driver and then the shooter, and I didn't know who was in the back. I didn't know who was in the back. Yeah, we figured out who the third guy was. And so we ID'd him, and he's in custody for driving. He looks great on TV. That's what everyone keeps telling me.
That's crazy.
He looks good on TV.
What transcripts do you have?
The solicitation transcript, I emailed them to you last night.
Okay, which?
619, 622, 622, 622, 625.
Oh, dude, I always have a good time.
Yes.
Yeah. I refer to it as always a good guy also in town.
Oh, Mr. Ambrose? Real quick.
Terry Anderson was in here earlier. Terry, I was here too. Yeah, he was here too. At least from the 11th. He's also the 11th. They want me to, but I don't know how.
Guaranteed. He is, though. I don't mind being bringing him down.
Springboard. Is that what it's going to be?
prosecutor
there before you even went in their office. She now starts running this office like this. So shortly thereafter, CEO,
Yes. Transcript, but I think we have a copy for him.
Very good. Mr. Bashir, you're still under oath.
I wasn't given the copies, were they?
We're giving them,
Oh,
why don't you
okay.
get up there and get situated and
All
get
right.
comfortable?
I'm sorry, I thought you said, were you given a copy, and I wasn't.
You may, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, madam. Go ahead, madam.
Thank you. Sir, could you turn to page 14 of the transcript of 6/19/2012, and let me know when you got there.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that maybe it might be useful if it goes into tomorrow or another day, that we can use that projector and
Okay.
then we can actually put it up
On the screen.
It'll make it a little bit easier.
That whatever the court wants to do.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Okay. So you wanted me to go continue right now?
Yeah, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm gonna stop today at 3:45.
Okay.
You'll be done by that time?
No, Judge.
I was just being optimistic. Go ahead.
But, Your Honor, can I just put something on the record?
What?
With regard, my client has already pled guilty to this offense with regard to Joseph Gent. I don't understand what the relevancy is of going into this area.
Ms. Ambrose, don't ask about asking irrelevant questions and getting latitude. I gave you a lot of latitude to put forth your theory, as well as to give your client an opportunity to take the stand to indicate what he would have said. Now, give sister counsel that same deference. Overrule, come on. But I
But
do
as
agree.
it relates to this, it goes to the defendant's statements that he is not guilty in any way, shape, form, or fashion. This goes to does he have the requisite states of mind that would be necessary to commit the crimes?
He pled guilty.
No, I'm talking about the requisite, because as the court remembers, our theory is under 404B that these acts show his pattern as it relates to the killing of Jane Bashara. So,
He's been convicted, okay? So let's just go to what's an emotion, but I'm going to give you a little latitude.
okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Page what now?
Page 14.
I'm there.
Okay. And now you were talking about you wanted this killing done to avenge your wife's death. Is that correct? That's what you said.
That's correct.
One of the things on your mind when you were talking about Mr. Tabata was the fact that Gens was going to cut a deal. Is that correct?
Mr. Tabato mentions that here, yes.
Okay. Well, further, don't you say he already is. He's testifying against me. He's cutting a deal against me. I'm telling you, hey, so you are also likewise thinking that Gens is cutting a deal against you. Is that correct?
According to Mr. Grimm, that's what he told me that was going on.
Sir, my question to you was that your belief?
Yes.
Thank you. And as it relates to what you said about having Joe Gens killed to avenge Jane's death, that was your justification for engaging in that conduct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, in your mind, if you can justify or you have justification for something, you can, in fact, hire someone to kill, correct?
No.
Okay. But you just said that was your justification, correct?
In that situation, yes.
That's what I'm saying. So, if you, in that situation, you justified it in your mind so you could form the requisite state of mind to have someone killed, correct?
Repeat the question again, I'm sorry.
In that situation, you formed a justification that allowed you to form the requisite state of mind to have somebody killed, correct?
Yes.
And that was because it was something you felt you needed to do, correct?
No.
It was something you felt needed to be done, correct?
No.
Okay, well, I'm having a hard time following you here. You wanted to avenge Jane's death, correct?
Yes.
And that fed your need for vengeance, correct?
No.
Well, What did it
If
feed?
you'd like me to explain it.
No, I want you to answer the question directly. Either it fed your need for vengeance or it didn't feed your need to vengeance.
Yes, it did.
Okay. And that need on your part was greater than the needs of your children, correct?
No.
Well, didn't you think it would adversely impact your children if you were caught up in that and you ended up in jail?
I wasn't thinking.
Okay, well, thank you. Let's explore that a little bit. When your needs are uppermost in your mind, you don't think about other people. Is that correct? Or in that situation, you didn't, correct?
No, it wasn't correct. That's not correct.
You said you weren't thinking. You just said that, correct?
I wasn't thinking.
Okay.
Clearly, no.
So if you weren't thinking about the needs of your children, correct?
I was thinking about the needs of my children. All the time I did. In this situation, I was confused. Mr.
Wait, stop, wait. Didn't you, when I asked you earlier, didn't I ask you weren't drunk, correct?
No, I was not.
You didn't say earlier that you were confused.
You didn't ask me that.
Okay, so this confusion lasted for 3 days?
This confusion lasted for months.
Okay, well, let's go with that. So you were confused on the day where you talked about Gent's cutting a deal, correct? Correct?
Yes.
You were confused when you thought Tabata arranged it. Is that correct?
And what?
You were confused when you talked to Tabata about arranging the hit, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. But you were...
Can I
Well,
define
no.
confused?
Your counsel.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Your Honor, excuse me.
Okay. But you weren't so confused that you forgot to pat him down, correct?
I didn't hear
You weren't so confused that you forgot to pat him down, correct?
I did pat him down. Yes.
So you weren't so... If you could just answer yes or no, sir. You
Your
weren't
Honor,
so confused.
He's trying to answer the question.
No, he's not.
I mean, if it calls for a little explanation, I think my client should be entitled to a little leeway.
Okay, thank you. You weren't so confused that you didn't pat him down, correct?
Yes.
You weren't so confused that you whispered at parts you knew were incriminating, correct?
No, that's not true.
You whispered at certain parts during the solicitation,
Just
correct?
because other people were around.
Exactly. You whispered because you didn't want them to hear, correct?
That's correct.
So you weren't so confused that you tried to avoid detection, correct?
No, that's not true.
You didn't want people to hear, correct?
About what I was talking about,
Yes.
but it wasn't necessarily about what you're talking about.
You weren't whispering during the plotting of killing him.
No, I wasn't. Hang on.
Okay. Do you want to hear the tape?
Restate that question.
Okay. You indicated that other people were around, correct?
Many times.
Okay.
And those are the times I was whispering.
Okay. And those were the times you were talking about killing Joe Gentz, correct?
Not every time, no.
Most of the time, correct?
No, not most of the time.
Some of the time.
Some of the time.
Okay. And the some of the times when you were whispering is because you didn't want people to hear that part, correct?
That's correct.
Because you knew it was incriminating, correct?
Yes.
So you weren't so confused that you didn't know when you were saying something incriminating, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're saying that this killing was not related to Joseph Gentz's competency exam. Is that correct?
Absolutely not.
Well, then, could you turn to page 24? And you're saying it's not related to getting it done for his competency, correct?
Yep.
And you're saying there was no specific deadline for him to get it done. When I say him, there was no specific deadline for Mr. Tabata to get it done, correct?
I don't know that.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall us
Did you-
discussing the deadline, no.
You don't recall discussing a deadline?
No.
Okay. Play it, please. Did you hear yourself say something's got to happen in the next 2 weeks?
I didn't hear that, no.
Okay, you see it on the page.
I'm reading it here.
Okay, you want to step down and put your ear close to the
Play it
Why
again.
don't you just
Okay.
move that speaker to a microphone,
Okay,
and then we can all hear it.
okay.
Just play it again. I'll listen more carefully.
Well, we'll do it the way the judge wants it done.
Could we, Mr. Bashir, is that all right?
You're the judge.
Thank you. Ready? Can you get to a microphone? Those aren't the microphones.
Oh, which one? Oh,
The one, that one.
this one?
Yeah.
Can it reach? I don't think it's going to reach.
It won't reach.
No.
Just play it again. I'll listen.
Wait a minute, 1 second.
Can we, it's taped down. I don't know who taped it down, but okay. Mr. Ambrose, do you want to listen? Did you hear it?
I heard that. Something's going to happen in the next 2 weeks.
It says something's got to happen in the next 2 weeks. Tabata asked question, why are they moving him? Answer no, and then there's some inaudible. So you said got to happen in the next 2 weeks. Why do they have to happen in the next 2 weeks?
I have no idea why I said that.
Oh, okay. And you were aware that Joe's competency hearing was coming up, is that correct?
I didn't
In
know
June?
what it was.
Okay. You weren't following it in the papers?
No.
Okay. But you just,
Mr. Grimm was telling me that it's going to be happening sometime.
in the next 2 weeks, correct?
No, he didn't say that. I didn't know when he said that.
Okay. But anyway, you gave him, Mr. Tabata, a deadline. It got to happen in the next 2 weeks. Is that correct?
I said that to him, yeah.
Okay. And would you be surprised to know that Mr. Gentz's competency exam was coming up in that time period?
I didn't know when.
Okay. Now, you didn't meet with Mr. Tabata again till 6/22, is that correct? You met him on 6/9.
I don't recall when I met with
Okay.
him.
Well, if the transcripts show that the next contact was 6/22, that's
Okay.
that's a couple of days later. Is that correct?
I'll believe you if you tell me that.
Okay.
Am I going to 6/22?
Yeah.
Okay.
So a couple of days have passed. Is that correct?
From 6/19 to 6/22, yes.
Okay. And certainly you have an opportunity to back out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And certainly there was nobody forcing constant pressure on you to meet with Mr. Tabata. Is that correct?
To do what to Mr.
To
Tabata?
meet with Mr. Tabata. Is that correct?
No.
And you voluntarily, you initiated contact with him. Is that correct?
Initially, no, I did not.
I'm not talking about initially. We're talking about 6/22 now, right?
6/22, I don't recall who initiated what. I think he was bringing me an appliance.
No, that was the 19th is when you met for the appliance. He was bringing
Was
you.
that the 19th?
Yeah.
Okay.
6/22 was at his store.
Okay.
Certainly, you went to his store. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you weighed the pros and cons of your conduct before going there, correct?
Pardon?
You weighed the pros and cons of your conduct before going there,
I
correct?
don't think I even thought about it.
You don't think you even thought about it.
Right.
So is this when you're into the sudden impulse part?
No, I'm into the confusion part.
Okay, but you weren't so confused that you didn't arrive at a store, correct?
I did arrive at a store.
And you weren't so confused that you stopped talking about the deal. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. 622, page 25. Could you turn to 622, page 25? And this would be, I think, there's two 622s. Is the one that goes past page 25, sir. Are you there?
I am.
Okay, you want to read it to yourself and let me know when you're ready? Okay.
The highlighted part you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
And once again, on 620, do you have that, Mr. Hendon Lang? Can we play it? 625, page 622, page 25, starting with where it says Mr. Bashara going to cut a deal. Okay, you can stop it there. Now, you're talking once again about Gent's cutting a deal. Is that correct?
Okay.
Is that correct? You're saying, okay, thank you. And you said, why would I kill my wife, correct?
Correct.
There's no reason to, correct?
That's correct.
The next thing you say, you don't say.
Mr. Bashir, I need you to pull that microphone closer to your mouth, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
And then he has his hand in front of his mouth, and I think that's.
Please, can you put that down? Thank
Yes,
you, sir.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So pull it a little closer. Excuse me, Deputy.
Can you hear me?
Just
No, it's fine. I'll speak up.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
You said there's no reason to, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next thing you say, you don't say, I loved my wife, do you? The very next thing you say.
I do not say that, no.
Okay. The very next thing you say is she was making $125 a year. That's okay. So when you're addressing Mr. Tabata about the reasons not to kill your wife, you don't say, I didn't want to kill my wife because I loved her. You're putting a monetary value on your wife. Is that correct?
That was one reason, yes.
So that was correct, right?
Repeat the question.
Okay. Okay.
I see what's written.
Okay. She's making $125 a year. That's what you said, correct?
Yes.
You did not say I wouldn't kill her because I loved her, correct?
I did not say that in this sentence, no.
Well, this is all I'm asking you about, right?
Correct.
Thank you. And you say her and I got along great.
Yes, that's true.
And once again, you don't say I loved my wife, correct?
Not to Steve Tabata, no.
Okay. Now, you are indicating that Mr. Tabata was basically the architect of this plan, correct?
Absolutely he was.
Okay, but you're giving him details about where Mr. Gentz is being housed, is that correct?
I think it was common knowledge.
But the question is, did you specifically tell Mr. Tabata where Gentz is being held?
I think I did, yes.
Okay, and you told him Dickerson.
Did I what?
You told him Dickerson, correct?
Dickerson, yes.
Okay. And during this meeting on 6/22, you say you're still confused, correct?
I've been confused for a long time, yes.
Okay. So, but on 6/22, once again, you check Mr. Tabata for a wire, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Turn to page 37, please.
Okay.
Are you there?
I am. You want me to read this, right?
Let me know when you're finished.
Okay. I'm done.
Okay. And once again, you're asking him, I hope you're not wearing a wire, correct?
Right.
So notwithstanding the fact that you claimed that you were confused, you were not so confused that you weren't looking out for your best interest, correct?
Yes. But the answer to,
Sir, my question is,
to your previous question was,
Sir,
did I pat him down? And I said no.
My question, okay, well, you're saying you didn't pat him down at all on the 22nd?
I don't recall doing that, no.
Okay. Well, let me back up then. Let me rephrase my question.
Sure.
You weren't so confused that you didn't inquire as to whether he was wearing a wire, correct?
Right, I did inquire that.
And that was because you weren't so confused that you were not looking out for your own best interest, correct?
I didn't want to be caught on this, yes.
That is correct.
Right.
So even throughout your confusion, your concern was to do this in a manner that would minimize your chances of being caught, correct?
Yes.
And you were determined to have this done, notwithstanding the fact that you could be detected, correct?
I didn't hear the last part.
You were determined to have this done, notwithstanding the fact that you might be detected, correct?
Again, I was confused. That didn't even play into it.
Okay.
My wife was murdered.
I understand that, sir, but my question to you was very specific.
Right.
You were determined and nothing was deterring you at this point, correct?
Nothing was what?
Deterring you at this point, correct?
No, nothing was.
Not the consequences that we're going to have to you, correct?
I didn't even think about that.
Okay, and you didn't even think about the consequences it would have to your family, correct?
No.
Because when you're determined to do something, you're only concerned about yourself, correct?
No, not at all. Not true.
In this instance, correct?
No, it's not true at all.
But you just said it. You just said it, sir.
Okay.
So in this instance, you were only concerned about yourself, correct?
No, I wasn't concerned about myself. I was concerned about avenging the death of my wife.
Because you already said it was your need to do it, correct?
It was what?
Your need to do it, correct?
Well, it was my need. I felt it was my duty as her husband to avenge her death.
Did you feel that strongly about your wife when you were taking other women into her marital bed?
Pardon me?
Did you feel that strongly about your wife when you were taking other women into her marital bed?
Absolutely, I felt strongly about my wife.
Okay. And you took more than one woman into your marital bed, correct?
Yes.
You took Vanita Porter into your marital bed?
One time.
You took Rachel Gillette one time?
Correct.
So that's 2 times.
So tell me all the women you took into your wife's marital bed.
One more.
Okay, tell me about that.
It was with Rachel, a woman named Cadell.
Okay, so you were so there were a total of 3 women, but 2 times.
That's correct.
Okay. And you're saying that you loved your wife, correct?
Very much.
And you knew that would be very hurtful to your wife, correct, if she found out, correct?
Pardon me?
You knew that would be very hurtful to your wife if she found out that you were bringing other women up into her marital bed, correct?
I didn't even think about that, quite frankly.
Okay, just like you didn't think about the...
Hold on for a minute. Why did you take them into the marital bed when your wife was not there? Why?
Because the one woman was from out of town and needed a place to stay, so she stayed overnight.
And you mean to tell me you had all of these apartments, you only could think to take them into your marital bed, not into your kids' bedroom, why in your house?
Well, my apartments are unfurnished, for one. Okay,
But you were concerned about comfort?
Absolutely, the size of the bed, absolutely.
Okay, and you couldn't think to take them somewhere else?
No, I didn't. It was easy and convenient, so I did that.
Okay, go ahead.
And you had relations with them in your wife's marital bed, correct?
Yes.
Sexual, right?
We did not have sex, no.
But you had intimate relations.
Intimate.
Yes.
People were naked, correct?
Pardon me?
People were naked, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Body parts was touching and bumping, correct?
Body parts were what?
Touching and bumping.
They were touching. I don't know about bumping.
Okay. Mouths were on different parts of people's bodies.
Correct.
All in your wife's marital bed, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that would be hurtful, correct?
Yeah, she found out, yeah.
But you had never intended for her to find out, correct?
That's correct, because that was our understanding.
Thank you. Let me finish.
Hold on for a minute. That was your understanding that you could bring women into your marital home when your wife wasn't there?
No, that wasn't our
Okay.
understanding. The understanding was do what you want to do. I don't want to know about it. That was our understanding.
So then you wanted to do something that was that could have been potentially hurtful for your wife then.
No, I didn't want to.
Okay, the point is, if you didn't want to, why did you do it?
It's not you're turning this around, and I'll
And
No,
once-
just answer the question. Why did you do it?
those 2 times because of convenience.
It was, so out of convenience, you were willing to risk hurting the woman you loved more than anything, correct?
I didn't even think of that as a scenario because she wasn't in town. She was gone, the house
Sir,
was empty.
what I'm asking you is, potentially, just because you don't think she couldn't find out about it, it's still the potential there, correct?
There was, sure.
Okay. So the answer to the question is your convenience trumped your wife's feelings in that instance, correct?
Yes or no?
Yes.
Now, getting back to the 22nd of June, when you were with Mr. Tabata, you actually picked up his phone and saw Tim Matuk's phone number in his phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is a detective from the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, that was not enough to deter you from going through with your plan to have another human being killed, correct?
Yeah, it was enough to deter me.
But it didn't, did it?
No.
Because
confused.
this was another instance where either you weren't thinking or you were confused, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I should have walked away. That's exactly why I pled guilty, because I didn't walk away.
Okay. Well, let's go a little bit further.
Okay.
You talked to Mr. Tabata on the 22nd when you're talking about the money, correct?
I don't recall if that's...
Turn to page 54, please.
54?
54, please. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Down at the bottom of the page, you're talking to Steve Tabata, correct? And you're an educated man, is that correct, sir?
I am.
And you are,
Not in this situation, I wasn't, but yes.
okay. And you told him, once I pay the money, it's a fucking conspiracy again. That's what you said, correct?
Are those your words?
Let's play it.
I'm trying to... let me finish reading it.
Okay, just
Okay.
wait. Did you hear that?
It was jarbled.
It was jarbled, but could you make it out?
Not really. I'm reading it. If that's what it said here, then yes.
That's what you said. Once I pay the money, it's a fucking conspiracy again. Correct?
Yeah, because that's what I was told. That's what I was told was the situation that David Grimm told me. He said they're going to try to tell you was that you were conspiring to murder your wife, which
Okay.
I absolutely didn't do.
Okay, well, let me just ask you this. So you knew the word conspiracy meant agreeing with somebody to do something, correct?
Yes.
And you put the word again on the back part of it.
Correct.
Well, what was the first conspiracy?
Pardon?
Do you know what the word again means?
Yeah, to do something again, to do it a second time.
Okay.
Right.
So you said, once I pay this money, it's a fucking conspiracy again, right?
That's what I said.
What was the first conspiracy?
There was no first conspiracy.
Well, then why did you use the word again?
Because it was alleged that I conspired to kill my wife with Joseph Gens.
So how come you didn't say, once I paid you this money, it's a fucking alleged conspiracy again?
I don't know why I didn't say that.
Maybe because you were confused?
Probably.
Okay. Now, getting back to the whole thing about why you took the other women to your marital bed, there are motels and hotels nearby, aren't there? Are there not?
And where?
Are there motels and hotels nearby, where your house is?
Not that close, no. The closest one is the Parkrest.
And how far away from your house is that?
5 miles, 6 miles.
Okay, how much time would it have took you to get there?
Hold on for a minute. I got one better than that. Why didn't you just take them to the dungeon?
Because the bed's not big enough
For all three of you?
Correct.
Okay.
So you rather, because the bed's not big enough for the dungeon, your choice
Plus,
is.
She needed a shower.
So
There
you.
was no shower in the dungeon. And quite frankly, the hotel up there was not that clean and dirty, and I didn't want to be checked. There was no reason for me to check into a hotel when I had a house.
And your wife's bed. Correct.
You keep talking about that, okay? That didn't even come into my mind that what bed that I was in. It was a bed.
It didn't come into your mind. Well, let me ask you this.
With your children and your wife?
My children were gone.
Irrespective of your children gone.
I'm a terrible person then. But I didn't murder my wife.
That's not the question that's before you, witness.
Yeah.
The question was, why did you bring these women into your marital home that you share with your family?
Because the family was gone.
And because they're gone,
excuse
me,
yes.
Your wife was gone taking your daughter away to find schools. The fact that they were gone doesn't make that less of their home, does it?
And does it make it less hurt?
That I'm a terrible husband.
Does it?
No, that's not my question.
Well, that's what you're implying.
No, that's not. If I wanted to ask you that, I would ask you.
Go ahead.
I asked you, why did you take them there when you knew that that was a home that you shared with your children and your wife was away taking your daughter to school, to look at school?
Because the woman needed a shower.
And her need for a shower was greater than the respect and dignity you gave to your family. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now.
Next question.
Okay. So let's get to the actual day when you pay the money. You indicate you're confused. Is that correct?
Or what?
The day you pay Steve Tabato the money on the 6/25. 2 days have again passed. Well, actually 3 days have passed since your last contact with him. Correct?
Excuse me 1 second. Your Honor, I'm going to say no to that question. Absolutely not. My needs were not greater than the love for my wife.
That's fine. Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to retract that statement.
Okay, very good.
Make it a no.
Okay. We got you. Okay.
Go ahead. Repeat your question.
Your next face-to-face meeting with Steve Tabato is on 6/25, June 25, 2012. Correct?
If you say so, I don't recall when.
Okay.
If you don't recall, don't say if you say so. If you don't recall,
I don't
you
recall.
don't recall.
Okay. Turn to the transcript then. The next transcript on 6/25.
Okay. What page?
We need to turn to the front of the binder.
I'm here. 6/25.
Okay. Good. So that reflects your next meeting with Mr. Tabato. Okay? Does that refresh your recollection?
No, but if you're telling me that is, then I believe you.
Well, at any rate, at your next meeting with Mr. Tabato, some days had gone past, correct?
Okay.
Is that a yes? You keep saying, okay, that's not an answer. You have to say correct or not correct.
If 6/25 was the next meeting, then yes, that was our next meeting.
Okay. All I'm asking you is that there was some time passage between the last time you spoke to Mr. Tabato and the next time you spoke to Mr.
Yes.
Tabato, correct? And during this time, you were away from him, and you had a chance to clear, or did you have a chance to clear your head?
No, my head was still, that was a mess.
Okay, you were a mess. And part of the reason you were a mess is because the competency hearing of Mr. Gens was looming. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. That wasn't in your mind at all?
Wasn't in my mind at all? No, I wouldn't say that. It was in my mind.
Well, then that's what I just asked you, sir. So the fact that the competency hearing of Mr. Gens was pending is on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So you see Mr. Tabato But before you go into Mr. Tabato, you have to go to the bank. Is that correct?
I went to the bank to get money.
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, I went to
Thank
the
you.
bank.
If you could just answer. And you took out the money from the bank to pay Mr. Tabato, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You took out money from the bank, and you just happened to have enough money that you took out to accommodate the amount that you talked to Mr. Tabato about, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the fact that you went to the bank before you went to see Mr. Tabato was just by happenstance, correct?
No, I needed money for several other reasons.
Okay, let's see. Maybe you needed money to hire a hit on somebody. You needed money to buy groceries. You needed what?
Are you asking me
Yeah.
what I need the money for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was short on funds, so I took, actually, I didn't go, yeah, I did go to the bank, and I got $2,400. 200 of it I used, I put in my wallet. 200 of it I used at the casino, and the other 2,000 I saved for 6 appliances for Mr. Tabato.
Are you saying they're for appliances and not to pay him for the hit?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're saying the money you gave him, now you're saying it's for appliances as opposed to the hit.
I changed my mind, yes, I did.
So that's why you gave him the 2,000.
Correct.
Okay. So did Mr. Tabato know you had changed your mind?
We picked out 6 appliances, and he put sold signs on them each.
Okay, so you never did pay him the money for the hit that you just testified previously earlier today that you paid him money for the hit.
He wanted $3,000.
Okay, I understand. Stop, sir. Let's stop. Earlier today, not even 2 hours ago, you said you paid him money for the hit.
That's
now
correct.
you're saying you didn't pay him for the money for the hit. Which is it?
Okay. Miss Lindsay.
Which is it? A simple question. Which is it? Did you pay him money for the hit, or did you not pay him money for the hit?
I paid him money for the hit.
Thank you. Thank you. Now.
Let's take a stretch break.
Okay.
Stand up, everybody.
I'm good, thank you, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
What page is that?
Page 6, line 20.
Which day?
I need the 25th.
Okay. Page 6. Could you turn to page 6 on the 25th? Now, you just told this court under oath that you had changed your mind. Is that correct? As to paying him money for the hit. You keep waffling back and forth whether you did or didn't, correct?
I changed my mind towards the end of this day, yes.
Okay. Let's hear what it says on this page.
Go ahead.
And fucking zombie.
Listen to me. I told you. I can only try. I got a cousin.
Okay, that's enough. So, you're asking him, can you get it done?
Right.
That doesn't sound like you're changing your mind there, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. Now, during the same period of time that you are dealing with Mr. Tabato about this hit, you're also having contact with Paul Monroe. Is that correct?
It was before, I'm quite sure it was before this.
During the month of June 2012, did you in fact have phone contact with Paul Monroe?
Prior to Steve Tabato, yes.
And you're saying you didn't have phone contact with Paul Monroe at all during those days?
I don't recall when the contact was. I thought it was late part of May, early part of June. To be honest, I don't recall.
So you had contact with Mr. Tabata on 6/18, 6/19, 6/22, and 6/25. Is that correct?
Repeat that, please.
6/18, 6/19, 6/22, and 6/25. Is that correct?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Would you like to review your phone records to see what days you're having phone contact with Paul Monroe during that time?
I don't have them in front of me. You have it?
I asked you, would you like to review them? That was a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. Look at them. Take as much time as you want.
Okay.
And we're done with these transcripts. I can take them back.
Can I actually have a question about this one?
I am done with these transcripts. You can take them back. Your counsel can ask you whatever he chooses.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. During the same period of time that you are having contact with Mr. Tabata, you are also having contact with Paul Monroe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were having contact with Paul Monroe. He's a former tenant of yours. Is that correct?
He was not. No, that is not correct.
Well, he was the boyfriend of a former tenant of yours, correct?
That is correct.
And he was living in an apartment with the former tenant, April Montgomery, I believe was her name.
That is correct.
Okay. And you knew Paul Monroe to sell drugs, is that correct?
I can't understand you when you're facing the other way.
You knew Paul Monroe sold drugs, is that correct?
I had no idea he sold drugs. Absolutely not.
You knew Paul Monroe had a criminal record, is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I knew nothing about Paul Monroe other than he was the boyfriend of April Montgomery.
And you also knew that you were trying to get him to make a statement for you, is that correct?
I didn't hear you.
You also were trying to get Paul Monroe to make a statement for you, is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay.
That is incorrect.
That is incorrect. You had Paul Monroe have contact with your investigator, J.D., is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, if you weren't trying to get Paul Monroe, okay, let me back up here because I'm having a hard time processing this. J.D. was a private investigator that you and Grimm had hired to help find information about the killing of your wife, correct?
David Grimm hired J.D. on my behalf, yes.
Thank you for answering the question in such a succinct fashion. So, again, he was somebody, J.D. was somebody supposed to be helping in the investigation of the death of your wife, correct?
Correct.
And you put him in touch with Paul Monroe, is that correct?
No, it's not correct.
Okay, but at any rate, y'all all kind of hooked up together at some point, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and that was for purpose of getting some type of information or statement from Paul Monroe, correct?
No, it was not, that's not, well, information, yes.
Okay, information, and when a investigator or a police officer gets information from somebody, isn't it typically called a statement?
Yes.
Okay, so when I asked you, were you hoping to get a statement from Paul Monroe, the answer was yes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And as a matter of fact, you had told Stephanie Samuel, your cousin, that Paul Monroe had some information about the case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you knew that Paul Monroe had called in a tip about the case, is that correct?
No, I did not know that.
You knew Paul Monroe told you Daryl Bradford had called in a tip about the case.
I'm sorry, what?
Paul Monroe told you that Daryl Bradford called in some information about the case.
No, he did not tell me that.
Okay. But at any rate, you had contact with Daryl Bradford, hadn't you?
No, I had not. I never met the man.
Okay. But at any rate, during the same days that you were having contact with Mr. Tabata, let's see, and you're having contact with Mr. Paul Monroe on your cell phone, is that correct?
Correct.
On your mother's cell phone, is that correct?
I think I did use her phone, yes.
And on your house phone, is that correct?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And you're having contact with Paul Monroe almost on a daily basis in June, is that correct?
For that period of time that I needed to get him to connect with Mr. Grimm, yes.
So the answer to that question is yes. So you're in contact with Paul Monroe on almost a daily basis, is that correct?
You know, I have to look at the records again. He's taking them away from me. I'll look at them. I think there was some days
Okay,
that...
let's do this.
I don't think it was daily.
Start at 6-8 and just read each contact you had with him.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my objection as to relevancy. My client pled guilty to this offense.
No,
I don't know where we're going with it.
Not Paul Monroe. Paul Monroe testified at the trial that in June of 2012, the defendant confessed to him. So exploring the contacts he had with Paul Monroe in June of 2012 is relevant.
To answer your question, it was the 9th, the 10th.
Okay, no. Read each and every time because there's more than one call.
You want me to, how many on each day?
Yes. Read them all.
Okay, I have 4 on the 9th.
Okay, no, I want you to read them all individually.
All right. We have an outgoing call. This is from...
Just the dates and the times.
Pardon me?
The dates and the times will be sufficient.
Don't you want to know who's calling who?
The dates and the times will be sufficient. If your counsel wants to bring that out, I'm just interested in contact.
The date is the 9th for 6 seconds. The date is the 9th for 6 seconds. The date is the 9th for 7 seconds. The date is the 9th for 6 seconds. Those are all outgoing calls.
You're calling him.
That's correct. Let me see. Dial, number dialed. No. Hang on.
I'm just interested in the amount, the contacts, and the days the contacts took place.
The 10th was, let me look at it here, 0 seconds. The 10th was 15 seconds. The 10th was 40 seconds. And the 10th was 0 seconds.
So we got the 9th and 10th you had contact. Was there any contact on the 8th?
There was no contact. I called. There was no.
No, I'm talking about contact between phone number to phone number. Whether you talk or not is a horse of a different color. I just want to know, was phone contact made to phone contact?
Yes.
Was anything on the 8th?
No.
Okay, so 9th, 10th.
Well, hang on. Let me look here. Hang on.
June 8th.
No, it was not on June 8th.
Okay, stop. You said the 9th and the 10th.
Correct.
Give me the next contacts.
The 14th. 4 days later, the 15 days later, the 29th.
There's nothing on the 15th?
No, ma'am.
Okay, did you say so?
The 29th again for 0 seconds.
Are we talking about June?
No, you're talking about May.
I asked you about June, sir. You flipped the page back.
June 10th and 9th. Okay, you want to go the 9th and 10th, right?
Yep.
So June.
What's next?
Hang on, let's start with June. I was in May, so let's...
I didn't ask you about May. I'm asking you about June. You started reading in June.
Okay. I misunderstood you. Excuse me. There's 1 on the 9th, 2 on the 9th. Those are... This is a duplicate. This is listed as duplicates. So there's listing these numbers twice.
Okay, just give me the dates. Give me the dates, sir.
Your Honor, he's trying to.
It's listing it twice.
Okay, forget about...
Listen, move on. We need the projector tomorrow.
Okay.
Can we get it?
Give it to me.
Can we get the projector tomorrow?
We're going to have it loaded up, but I'm just asking...
On the June 9th, there's 2 for 21 minutes.
I just want to ask the days.
Yes.
There was contact on the 8th, correct?
I can't...
He's going to say he don't know.
Well, no,
I don't know.
I'll have it. Contact on the 8th.
You asked me to start at the 9th, but the 8th, yes, there's contact on the 8th.
9th.
Yes.
10th.
Yes. Yes, not the 11th, but the 12th.
Did I ask you about the 11th, sir?
No.
Miss Lindsay, you can't stand that, folks. No, I'm sorry. We can't do this. I'm sorry.
Okay. 12th. Do we have extra time?
Let's just go to another area. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Can you turn around and see?
Can you see, sir? Turn around. Can you zero it in, make it, can you do that? And
all I need.
Okay,
So,
there's the 12th, yeah.
Okay.
The 13th, the
13th.
14th, the 15th.
the 18th.
I can't see that.
Go to the 18th.
Now I can.
Okay, can you see it?
Now I can see it. The 15th, it skips to the 18th, yes.
19th.
The 19th, the 20th.
th 21st.
I can't see that.
Could you?
21st, yes. 22nd, yes. 23rd, yes.
Okay. Do you, and 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Okay, that's good. That's enough. Now, before I even started with all this whole thing, I said in the month of June, you had almost near daily contact with Paul Monroe, correct?
Your Honor, can we get a clarification on contact? Because there is phone to phone.
That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about.
I just want it clear for the record because she's insinuating that he actually talked to Paul Monroe on these occasions, and I don't think that's coming clear from the...
You can clear that up on your... I'm talking about
Well,
contact.
I want the record clear, Your Honor.
You get a chance, counsel.
Well, I want to know
Excuse
it clear...
me, Counsel, could you explain contact to me?
Phone number to phone number at this point. That's all I'm talking about at this point.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's move on.
Okay, so there was almost daily phone number to phone number contact with Paul Monroe during the same period of time you are soliciting the hit on Mr. Gentz, correct?
Yes.
And this is also during the same period of time where you have admitted that the competency hearing was one thing going on in your mind, correct?
Yes.
Now, you actually met physically with Paul Monroe in the month of June, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were in his car in the month of June, correct?
No, I was not in his car.
Okay. You heard Paul Monroe's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you're denying that any of that ever happened?
Absolutely, I'm denying it. What are you talking about?
Okay. Specifically, you're denying that you did cocaine in the car with Paul Monroe?
Absolutely.
Okay. You heard Jim Wilson say you do cocaine, correct?
Pardon me?
Did you hear Jim Wilson testify that you did cocaine?
Yes, I did hear that.
And that was true, correct?
Can we get a time frame, Your Honor?
No. Judge, if he wants to clear that up on his...
What is the time frame you're asking me?
Did you ever do cocaine with Jim Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do cocaine with other people?
Yes.
Okay. How many other people did you do cocaine with?
Over my lifetime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a half dozen.
You were on the phone with Steve Miller, an author, is that correct?
Correct.
And you talked to him about that, is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Steve Miller you never did cocaine?
No, I do not recall saying that.
Do you recall telling Steve Miller that you didn't go to rehab for cocaine?
Did I what?
Didn't go to rehab for cocaine.
That's correct. I never went to rehab for cocaine.
Okay. So, notwithstanding the fact that you did indulge in cocaine, you did not indulge in it in Paul Monroe's presence, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you would go buy your cocaine, where would you go buy your cocaine from?
I didn't buy it. Jim Wilson gave it to me.
Okay.
And prior to that, Janet Gottsleben got it.
Okay. Janet, and that is who?
That is my sister-in-law.
Okay. So you are saying you have never went out and got cocaine for yourself?
Yes.
Ever?
That's correct.
Okay. But at any rate, you end up with Paul Monroe during this period of time, correct?
Correct.
You indicate that you were confused during this point of time, correct?
Pardon?
You indicate that during this point of time when you're soliciting the hit on Mr. Gentz, you're confused, correct?
Ma'am, from the date of my wife's death...
That's a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You heard Mr. Chabato say that you looked like a zombie during that point in time?
Correct.
And you were looking like a zombie during that point in time. Is that correct?
I don't know what a zombie looks like,
but
if he said I looked like a zombie, then... Yes.
You were out of sorts and confused.
I was out of sorts. I wasn't myself, correct.
Okay. And did you hear Mr. Monroe describe you as looking like out of sorts and everything during that period of time?
No, I did not hear that.
Okay, you don't remember that testimony,
He
is that
didn't
correct?
say that to me.
No, I'm asking you about, do you remember that testimony?
No, I don't remember that testimony from Paul Monroe saying that
Yes.
I looked out of sorts?
Yes.
don't recall that.
Okay. Now, you're here today because you claim the lawyers did you a disservice. Is that correct?
Yes, one of my reasons for my appeal, correct.
Okay. Now, you also indicate that your lawyers talked you out of testifying, correct?
Most definitely.
Okay. And you have already indicated you pled guilty to the solicitation because you were guilty, correct?
I didn't walk away, yes, that's correct.
Okay. But you told people that your lawyer talked you into pleading guilty, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And that would be Mr. Krieger?
Correct.
Okay. So now we got another lawyer who may have done you a disservice, correct?
I wouldn't say he did me a disservice. He said that you're better off to do this as opposed to taking it to trial.
Well, let me just ask you, if you knew you were guilty, why did someone have to talk you into pleading guilty if you knew you were guilty?
Because when you look at the evidence and you look at the transcripts and the testimony and the fact that I didn't pay him what he asked and I said I'm not interested in doing this at the end, that you didn't play for the media here, I should have taken it to trial.
Okay.
But you know what? I didn't walk away and I pled guilty.
Well, let's deal with this for a little bit. Notwithstanding the fact that you were guilty, you were going to take it to trial and hope you beat it, correct?
Your Honor, he has a constitutional right to a trial.
That's not what we're addressing here.
Move on, counsel.
Thank you. So what you're saying is, even if you're guilty, and you knew you were guilty, you were hoping you could beat it by taking it to trial, correct?
Guilt is a matter of it's a matter of degree, and I was hoping that when the people heard the tape and they heard the testimony and they heard everything, especially him saying that you're going to laugh your ass off when you hear what the truth of this thing, that when they heard that they would understand that my confusion and my state of mind was affected, that I really made a poor judgment.
So you're minimizing your guilt.
I am, absolutely.
Okay, so let's hear what you told other people about being talked into pleading guilty.
I'm sorry, what?
Let's hear the tape where you're saying you were talked into pleading guilty.
Hi, babe.
Hey, how are you?
I'm pretty bad.
Why?
Well, I just got out of court, and
Yeah.
I just, at the advice of Mark, and feeling like this is the best way to go because I was between a rock and a hard place, I pled guilty.
Why?
Because he didn't think the trial would be successful.
Now, you also told other people, other family members, that they were misled by your previous attorneys, correct?
I'm sorry.
You told your family members.
Which family members are you talking about?
Let's look at the call on August 7, 2012, 2012, call 2002. No, 2002. Oh, that's 922. Yeah.
This is just such a political. If I was a black man.
That's not the right one. No. Well, that's another thing we can go into in a little bit. You indicated that you thought that this was a political situation, your prosecution. If you were a black man, you wouldn't be treated the way you were treated. You told people that.
In regards to what?
The way the case was being handled.
What case are we talking about?
Your solicitation case.
Repeat the question, if I was a black man.
Didn't you have Teresa Giffen, you and Teresa Giffen talk a lot about Wayne County, and the only reason they wanted to prosecute you in Wayne County because you were a white man, and if you were a black man, you wouldn't be treated this way. You recall those conversations you had with Miss Giffen?
I think I had that conversation with her.
Okay. And do you recall having any conversations with your family members indicating that don't believe everything they hear, that they were misled by your previous attorneys? You recall that?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. Now,
which previous attorney are you talking about?
I don't know who you were referring to. Now, you had several friends in the BDSM community, is that correct?
Ma'am, you have to speak in the
You had
microphone.
several friends in the BDSM community?
Friends? No. Acquaintances? Yes.
Okay. Do you know Robert Goddard?
Yes, I do.
And you considered him to be more than an acquaintance, is that correct?
More than a what?
An acquaintance.
Yeah, he was a customer of mine and a friend.
Okay. So didn't I just ask you previously, did you have friends in the BDS community, and you said acquaintance?
She said many friends in the community.
First of all, he wasn't in the BDSM community.
Sir Patrick? Paul Goddard?
He was, but I wouldn't consider him a friend. He was an acquaintance.
Okay. An acquaintance that you called while you were in the county jail, is that correct?
Patrick?
Patrick?
You're talking about Patrick Webb or Bob Goddard?
Bob Goddard, I'm sorry. Bob Goddard.
Okay.
Bob Goddard, is he
I did
a
call
friend?
him.
Bob Goddard was a friend, correct?
He was a friend and a customer.
But he was not in the lifestyle.
He wanted to get into the lifestyle and asked me to train him.
And he was Sir Patrick. He was referred to as Sir Patrick, correct?
Who? Bob Goddard?
I mean, excuse me.
No.
What was Bob Goddard's name?
I don't know. He called himself
Sir Robert?
Bob, I think.
Sir Bob. Okay, Sir Bob. Okay.
Whatever he came up with, I don't recall.
Okay, Sir Bob. And Sir Bob, you indicated, was a friend of yours, correct?
He is a friend who wanted to learn the lifestyle, yes.
Okay. And he also was a person you called while you from the county jail, correct?
Yes, I did.
And he was a person that you had talked to Mr. Falcinelli about having some business interests with you and Mr. Falcinelli. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall writing a letter telling Mr. Falcinelli to get in touch with Bob Goddard, or telling Bob Goddard to get in touch with Mr. Falcinelli for some business opportunities?
About what? I don't recall sending a letter, or if I did, then I did. I don't recall that.
Okay.
No.
Now, when you went to trial for the murder of Jane, you didn't know of any bad blood between you and Mr. Goddard. Is that correct?
No.
You and Mr. Goddard were friends, correct?
We were.
Mr. Goddard came in here and testified
Yes.
that in the summer of 2011, you approached him and asked him, did he know of anybody who could rough up a tenant? You remember that?
That's not true.
I'm asking you, do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that, yes.
Okay. Now, given the fact that you said he was a friend and there was no bad blood between you, why do you think he said that?
Cause of speculation.
Okay.
Move on.
But there was no reason that you know of for him to make that up on you. Is that correct?
Well, he said it out of context. That wasn't what happened.
Okay, so let me just get this straight. Did the words come out of your mouth?
What words?
You wanted him to rough up a tenant.
No.
Okay. You said you took it out of context. I guess I got confused about what do you mean? How did he take it out of context?
Would you like me to explain?
If you could.
Okay. Bob Goddard and I had lunch on a regular basis. A number of times when we had lunch, we talked about rentals. He and I were engaged in some rental business as far as him repairing. He repaired one of my Mac properties.
Can we stop right now? I just want to know, did a conversation take place about roughing up a tenant? That's all I want to know. Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
What did happen, let me finish.
No. That's the questions on the floor, okay? So we're beyond that question.
Okay.
Okay.
So taking it out of context, if those words were never said, there was nothing for him to take out of context. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
But no.
No, you may not.
Okay.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about Tom Ramsey.
About whom?
Tom Ramsey.
Okay.
Okay. Tom Ramsey was a tenant of yours, is that correct?
He was.
And you also know that he was a witness in the solicitation case, is that correct?
I don't know that.
You did not see the paperwork on your solicitation case?
I don't recall seeing the transcripts, no.
Okay. But at any rate, you had him evicted immediately after you were charged with solicitation?
No, I did not. Dean Valenti, did the eviction. I served him with papers.
Sir, let me stop you there. Let me just stop you there, sir. Did you, in a jail call, ask your cousin Stephanie to have him evicted? Yes or no?
No.
You said that never happened.
No, what I said was,
sir, I'm
evicting
saying,
him.
sir, the question is, you saying that conversation never happened? Yes or no? That's a simple yes or no.
I had a conversation with Stephanie
Sir,
about the
that was a
eviction
simple yes
of
or
Tom.
no. Yes or no? No, he can answer yes or no.
All right, what's your question? Repeat the question.
Did you have a phone conversation with your cousin Stephanie Samuel after you were locked up concerning the eviction of Tom Ramsey?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Did you have a conversation with a family member about the press conference that Kim Worthy had done as it relates to your solicitation case?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall, okay? Would it surprise you to know that you did, in fact, have that conversation where you referenced Kim Worthy saying that there were 2 witnesses in the solicitation case? Do you recall that now?
I don't recall that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay.
Again, at that point, I was numb.
Okay.
Okay, at this point, we're going to stop.
Okay.
We've got a lot ahead of us, and tomorrow, attorneys coming in one.
Yes.
You got something?
No. Yeah.
Sit down, Mr. Sheriff. What's the name? everybody tomorrow at 1 o'clock. That is Saturday. How much more would you say you had this month? 2 hours. Right.
I think I can be finished tomorrow.
All right. Person,